much. Same with her skin color. I'm like, it's kind of blue, kind of gray.
That's why I just kind of... Huh?
Oh no, I was sorry. I was dragging. I was singing about dragging Kristen's camera up to the top of the screen.
See how many people I can get now if I refresh. Do I get everybody?
I mean, Kristen's I think still loading. Like I don't have her yet.
Soon.
So.
Yeah, I haven't connected yet.
Oh,
I mean, I'm on, but the camera hasn't connected.
Yeah.
Also, I'll be right back. Like not going far. I'm just grabbing ice cream out of the freezer.
Yeah, no worries.
Delicious.
Yeah, I had a very early dinner today, so then I just like made myself a bag of steam bag Brussels sprouts and doused them in balsamic vinegar.
Welcome to the pre-show, everyone. Sorry about that.
We were almost shirt triplets because I almost wore that same one.
Oh shit! I forgot I was wearing this too.
Shirt party.
It was very close, but you know.
I mean,
So my shirt is nerdy, but it is not Critical Role.
I'm still sad. So while I
don't own a Critical Role shirt, I own a Critical Role sweatshirt.
My Adventure Zone shirt finally shipped after 2 months after they said it would.
While the Critical Role support was able to send me my Molly figure when it got lost in the mail, apparently they did not have an extra Molly shirt in the right size at the time. Because I had bought the Molly shirt. So I was like, well, the shipping will be the same, and I can get the Molly shirt too. But that is still lost in the mail somewhere. So if that package ever materializes, I will contact them and be like, can I please pay you for this shirt and also send you back this figure? Because, like, I don't want to steal it, and I don't need 2 giant mollywalks. They are glorious.
But I don't need to.
But someone else would probably love the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Put my dice away, and then I realized I want the small ones.
So...
Oh, no!
Last week, while people sort of get settled in... Or not last week. Last week we played this, which was like a month ago.
Last time.
Last time. And what happens in Wildemount stays in Wildemount. We're going to tell you exactly what happened in Wildemount.
Well, we're back in Wildemount, so it's
true.
Still staying in Wildemount. So most of you met, with the exception of Cyrillus and Sterling. My brain blanked. The part of the prison blew up and someone escaped. You sent the guards in the wrong direction, but then agreed to track down the escapee in exchange for not insignificant amounts of money. And you also agreed to maybe try to find some information about why, how, etc. this escape was planned in exchange for potentially more not quite defined amounts of money. But the theory being you're already there, so you can get some extra money if you make a little bit more effort. You then made your way up to the Blushing Tankard, inventing the daisy chain while you were at it. And then you proceeded to engage in some shenanigans, I will say, in the Blushing Tankard. You questioned
I don't know what you're talking about.
the proprietor a bit. Esri got drunk off her butt on one drink. Flora went to bed early, so she was not involved in most of these.
She has no idea about these shenanigans.
That's probably a good thing.
Westcott, but Maggie, what did Westcott actually do? I forgot. I know he did shenanigans.
He used invoke duplicity.
Yes. Westcott invoked
We had
duplicity.
3 Westcotts at one point, and one of them
And
was small.
There was some shenanigans involving thaumaturgy
and then
as well.
Someone else transformed into Westcott.
2 someone else's.
Aaron disguised self to look like Westcott.
Yes. And then Guild, not to be outdone, someone subtly cut himself cell
horse
in order to use
Sully
blood
cut
curse of
himself.
the eyeless on some poor unsuspecting gnome who then went blind and tripped over a lot of things.
It was pretty funny though.
Cyrillus and yeah, no, it was pretty great. Cyrillus and Sterling, you witnessed some of these shenanigans, but were not involved. As you had already made your way to the inn. And that is where we left off. I think the party was getting ready to head to bed.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
But we are going to pick up after these shenanigans before heading to bed.
I assume Brendan is coming.
Yeah, Brendan is
He
on
said he was gonna
voice.
be-
He's listening, but he's not
Yeah.
on. He can't join
Okay.
quite yet.
Okay.
So he will be here whenever he is available. But he's at least can hear what's going on.
Okay. I gotta look at my notes.
So,
Jared popped out for a breath of fresh air for just a moment.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
That
fair
works.
enough. So what do you want to do? It's late. Esri is very drunk, despite only having one
Didn't they
drink.
take her to bed or something like that?
Oh, yeah, no,
they did.
Somebody
Yeah.
took-
We should probably
Did
steer
Esri
Esri in the
upstairs.
direction of
Yeah,
her
no.
and
She's
Flora's
like
room.
she's in the wrong
Yeah.
direction on the bed, just like, like
Well,
that.
you're
Gilda's just like, come on. That's
Price
okay,
like
you
ended
dead.
up.
Steer
Yeah,
her.
you're
Slumping.
probably attempting to drag Esri upstairs to bed at this
Gilda's
point.
just kind of gently guiding her mostly the right direction.
Yeah.
That was
I
really
got.
fun.
I mean, I don't know if I can pick her up, so yeah. I'm just kind of
She is a waif, but
gently steer.
Yeah, she is conveniently very frail.
Yeah, but
So-
I'm not very strong.
Yeah, no.
I'm pretty strong.
yeah.
I'm
probably can.
Dexy. I'm not strong.
I'm not quite involved enough yet to help you, sorry.
That's fine. That's fair. She doesn't know. She's not gonna remember any of this.
And unless something happens in the interim between you guys, you get Esri to bed. Esri probably passes out in some very strange position.
Yep. I'm gonna be feeling it in the morning.
And you settle in for a night. And you're in an inn, so
At some point, I'll make sure that there's a bucket next to Esri,
excellent. So
along with a large jug of water.
Yeah.
that is very
with a note
nice.
that says hydrate.
Yes, Mom.
Yeah. We're
Very
disgusted together.
strange mom.
He is small, Mom.
Not quite as good, neutral good as we're So you settle in for a night's sleep. And you're in an inn, despite the partying below. You know, those of you who aren't passed out drunk may have a slightly harder time falling asleep because, you know, these gnomes know how to party. So there's some noise. But eventually you get your rest. And you wake up in the morning.
Oh.
Good morning. Are you all right, Esri? You don't look so good.
I have never felt this pain in my life. Ow.
Oh no, what happened?
Extreme headache. I
last night
don't
happened.
know. We were drinking and talking for a bit, and immediately goes for the water, sees a note, and just starts like
Oh no.
pouring a thing and chugging.
I'm so used to playing a healer, and I'm like, I can't really help.
Nope. Another
Just
field.
watch.
They are there.
Welcome to being a fighter.
Yeah, right.
Here, let me stab you. Maybe that will distract you from the pain in your.
Please don't.
Work, but it would probably be more problems than it was worth.
Yes.
I don't think I like those drinks.
I liked mine. Mine was quite good.
That's good. Maybe we can get something to eat and that will fix it. Drinks again.
Food is always a good way to start the day.
I start trying to gather things and just kind of like shuffling a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, nursing this terrible hangover.
Grimacing unhappily, Esri starts working her way towards going downstairs.
You don't have to be so loud, Grim. Just in her head.
Oh no.
It's probably a little bit stumbling and awkward because she's not used to having this bad a headache. And she has maybe learned a lesson about drinking, but maybe not.
There was one time when I was learning Mind Spike initially, but never since then. This is a bit worse.
When you reach the tavern portion of the inn, and look around, it is much calmer than it was last night. There are some folks scattered about, and you do see both the dwarven woman you met last night and the gnome who was working last night working behind the counter. But there is no partying going on. It seems that the Hupperduke switch has flipped to not party time.
Oh, thank the gods. Where's everyone else?
I believe they're probably still in their rooms. Maybe.
Actually, Westcott is probably at least at a table already downstairs with like coffee and some breakfast. Because I've decided he is an obnoxious morning person.
Sterling.
He's one of those
Sterling
people
was a
that's
morning
just
person.
bright and early.
So as you look around, you do spot Westcott.
Yeah.
Looking quite pleased with himself. You also spot a centaur?
Who's definitely just staring.
Yeah. Yeah. You spot a centaur off to one side who is staring at you a bit. That's a little unnerving.
Hello.
Is Daisy there?
Can we help you?
Daisy is
probably
outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that where Cyrillus is?
I just like
Cyrillus is hanging out with Daisy.
raise a hand to Westcott like, good morning, Mr.
Westcott.
Oh, right. Normally I'm very much better at remembering things, but
Well, you were pretty trashed last night.
I'm surprised you're even awake.
It seems like a lot happened after I turned in.
Yeah.
And yes. Hello. Yes, I'm not afraid. I'm afraid we've not met.
at least I don't remember
no.
if we have.
I don't imagine you'd remember much. My name's Sterling.
Pleasure to meet you, Sterling. I'm Fleur.
Esri and
Pleasure to
Alark.
meet you too.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Sterling.
I appreciate the show last night. It was quite entertaining.
Man, I must have missed a lot.
Esri's suddenly looking very nervous.
I don't think it was, well.
There was a lot of drinking and something about a cult.
Oh.
Is that all?
Is that all?
From Ezra's perspective, that's not
Yeah,
that weird.
that's not weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, cults did come up.
As did other things, kind of giving Westcott a pointed look.
I know what you're trying to say, but that's not what it sounded like you were saying. I'm just gonna say.
You know, I should expect that from you by now. So now what?
We do have some things we still need to do. Start pulling out papers slowly.
Arena wanders,
many
comes over
centaurs
and asks if all of you except for Westcott, who already has breakfast, would like some breakfast.
Yes, please.
Food, yes.
Yes, too loud.
She chuckles a little at Ezri's clear headache and says, "I'll bring you the hangover special," and heads off.
Many thanks, madam. But yeah, starts pulling some papers from before and setting them on the counter as she waits, unfurling things.
Sterling has moved closer and is just very blatantly just looking at the papers as much as he can.
Would you like to join us?
If you're offering, absolutely.
I think you invited yourself.
Yeah, well, you're rather large. You're not exactly.
I'm afraid I can't sit, though.
Fair.
Do you mind if I just hover?
It is real. Have you seen a horse sit? It's real awkward.
It is very interesting.
I'm now picturing a horse sitting, and it's great.
All right.
Apparently, I like characters that hover. I guess because Tegan doesn't ever sit either.
Apparently.
A little while as this is going on, Arena returns. Most of you get a pretty standard breakfast. Ezri's is about as greasy as they come.
Yeah. Doesn't know how much this she can actually eat.
Fleurs would you like some grease with your grease, please? Level of grease.
Oh my gosh. Whereas, like, I feel like Fleur has, like, I don't know, something, Eggs Benedict or something fancy and ridiculous. Like that.
Sterling's just eating a salad.
Like, how do people eat this? I'm just trying to...
I mean, it's not like dripping, but it's very clearly designed to be greasy. Like, you know, it's
absorb.
Yeah.
He tries to munch on it and drink a lot of water.
There's probably, you know, some bacon and other such things. There's probably a side of bread for you to sort of sop things up with if you need to. And otherwise, she sort of leaves you to it. Let's you guys decide how you want to spend your morning.
I feel like Fleur is noticeably probably sticks out because she very much sits like proper and like has her like she sets her own plate, like it's just like kind of set there, but she makes sure everything is nice and like if there's a napkin or whatever, it's all like she eats very. You can tell she's been trained in like dining etiquette
in public eating.
Yes, and like knows the right way, and it's not even like making a show, but it's just very much like this is just how you eat, and and is very like probably quietly just, you know, minding her own business and eating her food.
Ezra eats like someone who has never eaten in front of people before. Just like is used to just being on her own with a book and just munching on things. Well, we had a lead about the automaton. Master Tinkertop.
The what?
Right, that's why you. Yeah.
We found some very interesting things yesterday.
Yes. Shit, I'm trying to remember. Damn it. What is her... Shit, what is her name? Oh, you... Just looking over to Sterling. You don't perchance work for Yen Remberwin, do you? Or with her Just kind of giving him a lopsided look, considering.
I have no idea who that is.
Oh, good.
So I'm gonna say I don't think I do.
Have I ever heard that
Everyone
name?
can check that.
Just out of a.
Yeah,
Do I
you
know that
have Fleur, but that's
Yeah.
because you were there.
You were there.
Oh, was that the person that was?
That was
Yeah,
the lady
I
who was
that
being
is-
an
that is
asshole.
the-
Oh, right, that's the lady.
mercenary.
I was like, do I
Yes.
know that name?
Yeah, it took me a second
I
to
feel
look
like
up my
I took
notes.
But if I did, I'm like, I don't remember where. Now I have to. I'm like, did I start a page and?
Yeah. Yinra Emberwin was the
bitchy bounty hunter.
the bounty
Yeah.
hunter you
I
met.
remember that now.
Who rubbed you the wrong way and you rubbed her the wrong way.
I swear I took some kind of note.
For the record, I rolled a
And I
15 on
really-
Insight on Sterling for that.
I mean, I feel like the answer to that, I don't even need to ask Kia to answer that one. Sterling has no idea who Yinra Emberwin
Not a
is.
clue.
Oh, I think the only notes I took, I literally put in my notes section on D&D Beyond. That's why.
Oh.
I have a few
So yeah,
notes. They're not.
I did not catch
fantastic.
her name. I don't think I
Okay.
caught Skenzabris or whatever.
Yeah, so quick
And
recap of
Brom
earlier stuff
Gulchwaddle.
so everyone is remembering.
Yeah.
You arrived in town and the prison, there was an explosion from the direction of the prison. You didn't know that was the direction of the prison, but it was. Somebody ran by with a whole bunch of kobolds. And then the guard showed up with guard captain or with watchmaster Bram Gulchswaddle.
Name.
What a name.
Yes. Gnome names are fun.
Gnome names. Say that 10 times. Gnome names.
You directed the guard in the wrong direction. But when Watchmaster Gulchswaddle made you an offer, you accepted. You then went to the prison to examine the scene of the escape. You found a bounty hunter, Yinra Emberwind, already there. And you also found a few other things. I think Ezri was the primary finder of things, including a inactive little automaton that she was quite enamored with. Yinra had found some sort of a note, but was unwilling to share it with you when you tried to push. And the prisoner's name was Skenzabris. So everyone other than Sterling and Cyrillus, who's not in this scene yet, has that information to them. I guess Westcott might not know all of it.
Yeah,
He
so
might have
I
just
was-
gotten little bits and pieces.
But I got kind of the
Yeah, you would have gotten like you got sort of the basic rundown, but not all the
Basic, yeah.
details.
Well, Sterling looks confused and, well, we are investigating a prison break of sorts in the city.
Interesting. How did you end up doing that? You didn't look like you were investigators, to be honest.
Well, we might have been witnesses. Maybe. I guess. And then got questioned by the Crown's Guardish person and basically hired us or told us he'd pay us if we found them. So that's how. More or less.
That makes more
more or
sense.
less.
Fleur's like, how do I make this sound like I'm not a criminal? Okay.
Yeah,
Fleur
Fleur and
don't associate
Ezri are
with
the
criminal.
least criminal elements of this party right now.
Yeah.
Though Ezri did grow up in a cult, so that makes her a little bit of a weirdo.
Yeah. I don't suppose you saw anything last night. There was explosions. And...
Kobolds. Lots of kobolds.
I saw a lot last night, but it was all in here.
Yeah, maybe a little out of hand last night.
I didn't see anything wrong with it.
But either way, we have at least one
Yeah.
lead. For this, and for something that we found in the prison, but I don't suppose we're going to learn anything else until we learn more about it. It's a very unique design, but I would rather not show it out around here.
Yeah, you see anything interesting in here before we showed up?
Yeah.
Did I?
Partying gnomes, which if you haven't spent a lot of time in Hupperdook is interesting.
Would I have, Jerusha?
Would you have spent a lot of time in Hupperdook? That's up to you.
I mean, I think more recently, sure, like, Sterling doesn't really wander that much. He's not like, come and go. He's curious, so he comes and he stays for a while.
Yeah, I mean, so if you've been hanging out in Hupperdook, probably nothing too unique. You're used to the fact that these gnomes work really hard during the day, and then at night they go totally crazy with the parties.
An entire city full of Pinkie Pie.
This is how Hupperdook works, and these people are weird because one, they're not gnomes, and two, normally the partying gnomes don't do things like make duplicates of themselves or try to subtly blind people.
They just see duplicates of themselves.
To be fair, I don't think a spectator is gonna know that came from Gil.
No,
Probably.
but
No.
I think that he was watching. He saw you cut yourself, and then a gnome suddenly fell over.
Odd coincidence.
Because Westcott did the invoke duplicity first, so Sterling's attention was already a bit drawn. So probably doesn't know that was true cause and effect, but thinks it's a bit of a weird string of events. I'm running off the fact that Sterling is a monk and therefore probably has decent wisdom. But enough to be like, this is a weird group of people.
Yeah, we do stand out a bit.
Oh yeah, and then the halfling did turn into a tiny duplicate of Westcott. That happened.
The other halfling.
This halfling you didn't see last night because I had already gone to bed.
No, you probably he might have seen Fleur come
might
in,
have seen her.
but yeah.
Yeah. Or caught her going.
And there is the frilly pink.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she sticks out like a sore thumb.
I haven't seen anything of note other than you lot, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunate that I saw you. I didn't mean it that way. I just mean it's been pretty quiet until yesterday. That was the unfortunate part.
Well, I guess we've got one lead then.
Cool.
Wait, we got a lead? What was that? Oh. The person
There's the other one.
Yeah, same lead we had yesterday.
The automaton. Good morning, Mr. Terwin.
Mr. Terwin.
Oh no. I'm trying to get him slowly.
Andy's
camera
gone.
alone. Fuck!
Let me grab.
I'm just muting myself so that you guys don't actually hear Terwin chewing.
Oh,
That was really funny. I was like waiting because
That's perfect.
Flo was totally gonna call her out on it and be like,
No.
"Mr. Terwin, finish your food first, please."
Don't talk with your mouth full.
Yeah, no.
Manners.
This place does good breakfast.
Yeah, right.
So.
Yeah, no, it does. Everyone's breakfast is quite good. Like, nothing.
All right.
Other than maybe Fleur's being a little extra fancy, nothing like super fancy, but
She just makes it look fancy.
yeah, I feel
Breakfast charcuterie.
Right, like, I feel like Fleur's food comes and she assembles it into something that looks really pretty.
Looks like a flower.
I was actually just saying, I was like, one of the things I forgot about Lizzie, which is her inspiration, and I was like, I absolutely love this idea for Fleur. She just likes things to be pretty. Like, she wants them to look pretty, and she gets upset when they're not.
So most people's food is like good, solid, filling, tastes good food. Fleur's is the same, but she just like, as soon as it was put in front of her, she just spent a few minutes just arranging it into a lovely, dish that somehow seems like it comes out of, a 5-star restaurant.
Gilda's just watching and thinking this is the weirdest shit he's ever seen.
You don't get around much, do you?
I don't know how she does it, but
Azrian's impressed by the angles.
It's gonna get cold if you keep messing with it.
What's wrong with cold food?
I'm eating it.
Well, I'm gonna eat quickly so we can go outside and apparently meet the next person who's probably with Daisy.
Oh, and I have to. Yes, if I recall, they were able to put Daisy in. They had some kind of a stable or something.
Yeah. They had some kind
so
of
he wasn't like outside, but
Put the badger in the stable, up the horse guy inside. Makes sense.
That is the privilege of sentience.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's literally that.
Yep.
So you guys finish up food and chat a bit about what you found yesterday, maybe filling Westcott and I guess Sterling now. You've just sort of been like, Sterling.
This might as well happen. He's not
Sterling's
not
not
working
I
with
guess Sterling is one of us now.
He's not working with the bitch lady, so it's okay.
You head out. Irina Fleur gives you directions to the stable, so you don't have to like wander aimlessly looking for your badger.
Yeah.
It's close by. It's it's basically attached to the end, but a little out of the way, off of the main thoroughfare, so partiers don't go and scare horses or whatever animals happen to be in the stable.
I'd imagine the animals of Pepperduck are actually quite used to fireworks.
Yeah.
I suspect, but again, this is an inn, so you get the outside animals coming
I was like,
in.
I don't
They're
know.
probably not used to badgers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
suspect.
like Daisy's probably not used to fireworks, but probably decently used to loud noises at least. So like, I don't think Daisy spooks easily at least.
Yeah. No, Daisy is probably fine unless you want Daisy not to be fine in this particular
No, I
instance.
feel like Daisy's
but the there's not a lot of animals in the stable because it's mostly just animals from people who are traveling, but they seem to have settled in. You wonder if these like ponies, because they're gnome sized, they're not person sized, and they're not human sized, they're gnome sized. If they maybe were a little bit uncomfortable around this badger, they've definitely put Daisy in a stall away from the ponies because
despite how much Fleur assured them that he's quite friendly and does not eat ponies.
Yeah,
Covered in bows.
The stable hands were.
I don't think ponies care about bows.
The stable hands were a little confused when they were sent to retrieve this giant badger covered in bows, who was indeed quite friendly and very well behaved.
Cool. He's a European badger, not an American badger.
Yes.
And bring him back to the stable.
Terrifying.
They were extra confused when they found out the badger's name was Daisy. But they just, the ponies seemed a little spooked, so they put him away from the ponies and just went with it. So there was some discussion. You heard one of them comes up to you and asks, "So, we fed your badger, but we aren't quite sure what badger's like."
Oh, Daisy's not picky.
Okay, good, because he did eat, but it was just, what do you feed badgers?
I mean, That's a good question. What do badgers eat? Are they herbivores? Are they omnivores? I'm not sure.
It's gonna be
Omnivores.
like Nugget all
I'm
over
pretty sure they're
again.
omnivores.
I
I
say,
was like, I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I feel like honestly, Flair's like. I mean,
I think it depends on the
we
kind of
have
badger.
our cook at home prepares whatever food for Daisy, but
Foie gras.
on the road, I just give him my table scraps a lot, basically. So
Badgers are
Like I said, he's
omnivores
not
and
picky.
apparently like worms.
yeah, not picky.
Worms or
well,
foie gras.
Good to know. If you
Yeah.
come back to the Blushing Tankard, we will be less concerned about what to feed the. You said his
As
name
long
is
as he is
Daisy?
Yes. It's a bit of a long story, but I've had Daisy ever since he was very little, and well, I like pretty things and I like cute things, and Daisy is cute, and daisies don't really have gender, so why can't it be a boy?
The gnome just sort of tilts his head a little and. Fair enough, I
Remember him.
guess.
I was thinking about that just now, and I was like, I mean, are you gonna argue boy daisies and girl daisies? Daisies?
I mean, flowers do actually.
Fleur doesn't know that much.
Yeah, no, the gnome just sort of accepts this and goes about his business.
Seems fair.
Mostly just wanted to be sure that if you came back that they didn't feed Daisy the wrong thing. Because they have no experience with giant
Flash
badgers.
forward like 5 years down the road, she's a regular customer, and they're training the rookies, and they come in, they're like, okay, now this badger's been here before. It listens to it's really nice. It eats whatever you give it.
Pretty much.
Headcanon 5 years in the future, totally a thing.
So
We hope this place is around in 5 years.
You know.
so now you are with Daisy.
We're not gonna blow up the inn for the third time.
No.
Well, there's
The first two
totally
times.
there's totally an elf girl just flopped in the stall with Daisy.
So yeah,
Yeah,
Fleur will
belly
go to
rubs.
pick up Daisy, and hello, Daisy, you made a friend.
I was wondering where you went.
Good morning, Mr. Sterling. I found the strange animal that I saw yesterday.
I see that. Did you sleep out here?
You saw Daisy.
No, I just went looking for her this morning. Who's everyone else?
Well,
I have no idea.
I'm Fleur Steel Fury, and I am Daisy's master? Owner just sounds too mean.
Rider?
Yes, I agree.
Rider,
friend?
companion, friend, mate?
Huh?
No, not mate. Fleur instantly goes, no.
There's a connotation to that
I
word.
think
and
that
then
means
just
she's a
drops
good
tone and says,
girl.
"Not mate."
Sounded better in my head.
That would be very odd if you were its mate.
Yes, no.
I
not
mean,
that.
considering she just found you in here with it, it would be quite odd.
I raised Daisy, and now I ride on him, and we fight together. So whatever that
you're
makes us.
his mother.
Well, that's why he has a saddle.
Yes. Most people prefer to
That
ride
makes
on
more sense.
ponies or horses, but I find Daisy to be quite reliable. So
Well, he's very beautiful. And quite plump, too.
you.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
You know,
Just
by this
stand up
point, I've
and-
stopped asking questions.
Yeah, I really gotta learn to do that.
So a friend of yours, Mr. Sterling?
Ah, yes.
Hello, Ezriana Locke. You can call me Ezri. Ow.
I'm Cyrillus. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Pleasure to meet you too, Cyrillus. Thank you for keeping Daisy company. I was so
Oh,
worried
yes.
about him being alone out here.
Well, I don't
We'll
think you
never
have to
know
worry
alone.
about any predators in town.
Oh no, I just didn't want him to get lonely. So, as I said, thank you for keeping him company.
Always, stay with him.
Me? Sleep in the stall?
Yes, you totally could.
She just like has this look of like,
That's
what?
You're the Purnell of this party
It's
now.
actually quite comfortable. They've put a lot of.
I must say, as a child, I definitely snuck Daisy into my bedroom plenty of times, but never tried to sleep outside with Daisy.
Why not?
The stall is not conducive to your typical 30-minute evening bedtime routine.
You haven't seen
Come,
what
get
people
off
are
of
up.
straw!
I don't understand why you would have your child sleep out here and you sleep inside. I don't understand it.
I mean, he's not actually my child, but
You said you raised him.
I did! I didn't give birth to him, though.
I asked if he was your child. You said yes.
Oh, I didn't even hear that.
Case of
Maybe you said rest to the
miscommunication.
right, but I don't
It's
know.
fine. It's fine.
What?
I mean, in some ways, I guess I take care of him like that, but yes, although yes, like where I grew up and where I live, it is generally frowned upon having badgers sleep inside.
Sounds like not a nice place to live.
No, it's a lovely place, actually.
I
They
don't
just-
agree.
Not for the badger and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. Daisy honestly has never really complained.
Does
Yeah.
Daisy talk?
I was
I can-
about to say, do you know?
Can I talk to Daisy? I forget.
She's like, let me check.
I mean,
I don't-
you can
I
always
don't know
talk to
spells,
Daisy.
so- I
Yeah,
mean,
Daisy
Whether or
Can
not
Daisy talk to you?
Daisy talks back
and
is
gnomes
really
are the
fun.
ones that can like
Yeah.
sort of talk. So I'm like, I can't. I don't have like that spell or anything because I don't have spells because I'm only level 5 and I haven't taken feats or anything to do that. Someday. Oh my gosh, can you only imagine?
Oh gosh.
Daisy, hi flirt. Oh.
That's right, you are a guy.
Confirmed.
But I mean, yes, I can't understand exactly. You know, Daisy doesn't talk to me, but I like to think that we've learned how to communicate at least. He has quite a lovely stable back home. Now I'm picturing it. I'm like, it probably literally looks like a miniature bedroom, but you know, for a badger. Because Fleur would go in and make it pretty.
Yeah.
Anyway. Are you taking
Mrs.
your son
Sterling,
with
are we
you?
staying in town much longer?
I'm going with these guys. I don't know about you.
Oh, well, if that's what you're going,
Invites
then-
himself along.
I mean, the more the merrier. We're hunting down
yeah.
some.
Can't hear you, Kristen. If you were talking.
I just said neither one of you is getting paid. I hope you know that.
I don't need money.
Good.
I have no
What?
idea what you're
Convenient.
doing though. I don't-
We are. What's the best way to put this? Investigating, looking for some
Hired
Oh, right,
prisoners
the
of war that
criminals.
have escaped.
Right.
Investigating the escape of a known prisoner of war, involving some kobolds and apparently an automaton.
Yes.
I don't know what an automaton is. Do you know what an automaton is?
No, but I'm very good at finding things.
Oh, good.
She is
That
very
sounds
good at
useful.
finding things,
Excellent.
yes. I mean, she found your badger.
That's true.
She did.
That is true.
Was Daisy missing?
No, Daisy wasn't missing, but I believe Cyrilus mentioned something about seeing Daisy yesterday, so I guess she was then looking for him. I'm not sure exactly.
Well, it
but
sounds like
Well,
from
I
what you said you make quite an entrance.
We
yes.
saw all of you yesterday, and Daisy was with you, so I saw him as well.
And then she found him.
Yes.
See,
Still a
very
bit proud of the daisy chain.
Literally.
Oh, she doesn't care about that.
good.
Doesn't know that.
But we're proud.
Well,
So where are you starting your search?
Well, there is apparently a tinker in town that might know the origins of the automaton that we found in the prison.
I don't know what a tinker is.
Somebody who tinkers or makes things.
Automatons like these.
Ah.
Or other
They make things. That makes more.
Crafter and artisan.
Yeah.
The thing about automatons is they are facsimiles. They're not real living things. They're made of metal and wood and magic.
Quite fascinating.
And I'll conjure up a close approximation of what we think it looks like. Because I don't know if we got
We got it.
Yeah.
Ezra
Oh, we
has
do have it.
But Ezra
Yeah.
wasn't going to
Ezra-
flash it
oh,
around
okay,
everywhere.
we do have it then.
Ezra wasn't
Alright,
flashing
then
it
I don't
around
need
to
to conjure
people.
up an image. Excellent. Okay. Okay. My notes were not very clear.
And what does it look like?
I'll just kind of gather people and might show off a little bit of.
Yeah.
It is
If you're
strange.
presenting it, Sir's definitely like leans in and sniffs it a couple times.
Strange, flat, size of a dinner plate, made of iron, vaguely crab-like in appearance.
Yes.
Are my notes.
Damaged and not functional anymore. But yeah, resembles a crab, approximately dinner plate sized.
Sterling wants to touch it.
Thinking of automatons,
This looks like a piece of metal.
At some point,
it is.
Fleur's mechanical spider that she has randomly probably crawls out of her pouch, and I'm just going to announce headcanon because Cyrillus is Cyrillus and animals. Cyrillus is probably the only one who can actually catch it moving. As it just inches closer to Westcott and then stops anytime Westcott looks at it, and then just like, and always Westcott, only with. Just you know, as all of this is happening, there's this little mechanical spider just like, you know. I just like the idea that Cyrillus is like one with the animals, and it probably is like, yeah, you're fine, and doesn't care if Cyrillus sees it.
That works with this weird ass mechanical spider that's just a trinket.
Yep. Yeah, it's just flavor and fun.
Yep.
But yes, I believe if we go to Master Tinkertop's workshop, we might be able to learn a bit more about this and what, I suppose, what would be the term for this? What role it played in the break?
Yes, the breakout? The escape? Yes. Yes, that is a curious thing.
Well, I don't really get it, and I don't really see the point, but if Mr. Sterling's going, then I'm going.
I'm just curious.
We get paid if we figure
I'm going
it
because
out.
I'm getting paid.
It's a puzzle.
I track things down all the time, and I don't get paid for it.
Why
I
do
don't
you
get
do
paid
that?
for anything.
Do you lose
That
some
sounds
of that, or
honestly pretty useful.
No, I'm just good at it.
Oh. Well,
And just kind of like
you might come in
chips
handy
like
then
the
later
bow
on,
that's
too.
over her shoulder.
All right.
That's a good skill to have.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, let's keep going.
Yep. Down on the lower side of Humperdinck, you're right. The where the
yes, it is in Lower Humperdinck.
It was like
So
down
we have to go back down.
this portion.
the builder's
somewhere.
plot.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Everyone. I mean, basically anything work related is in Lower Humperdinck, and anything fun related is in Upper Humperdinck.
That's fair.
And the
So
map
it's
that
dead
we
in the
are
morning.
looking at is
The
lower?
map you were looking at is Lower Humperdinck.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
So when you asked about this automaton and got information, you found out that Clef Tinkertop, who has a shop in the Idleworks shelf, but hasn't been open recently.
I suppose we can at least see.
Is the Idleworks shelf the upper part?
I'm looking at my notes, or at the notes.
I think you pinged that it was down here somewhere.
Yeah, so
Right.
the builder's plot is down there for sure.
Right.
I'm just trying to remember Hupperduke layout information.
Thanks, Matt.
Hold on, Hupperduke. Where is Hupperduke? Because I did some prep, obviously, before game, but I did most of my prep before the last game, because I prepped basically everything for a couple sessions. And it's been a month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Hupperduke, where are you?
That's right, I can't do that on myself. Yeah.
87. That's where you are. Okay. So, Hupperduke. Yeah, so. No, this is not helpful to me. Oh, because I jumped to Comorta, that's why. I was like, wait, that's not what I'm looking at. What's going on?
A little far.
Yeah.
So, Cyrillus, is it? You say you're good at finding people, but nobody ever pays you for it. Why do you look for people then?
Well, I don't just look for people.
Oh, okay. So you're good at finding a lot of things.
Well, yes, I have to find food somehow.
Well, I mean, like, we just left a tavern. Like, you don't have to go hunt for it. Usually
there are
you
taverns everywhere.
Well,
fair, I guess.
I mean, yeah, but why would you be
don't seem
somewhere
like
where
you
there's not a
live very long
tavern?
out in the wild.
I'm trying to avoid
Whatever.
anything that could be considered the wild as much as possible.
Does it scare you?
I don't think we're going to stay together very long.
I don't think I like this
So,
guy.
are we traveling at this point, or are we still in the stables?
Yeah, unless you've started moving, you're still in the stables.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
I will say yes. So, Clef Tinkertop has a shop, but that is in Upper Hupperduke, but it is closed. You were told that he is he's been working in the builder's plot, which is down in that sort of southeast
Gotcha.
part of the map. That's what I was double checking. I was like, wait, where is what? But yeah, so normally in other times he would be in his shop, but that shop is not open. They have him working down there.
Mm-hmm. Working to be like, well, Mr. Terwin, I mean, I'm not very good at the wild either, but we do need to go through it somewhat to get to the mountains, right?
Yeah. You go through it, and then you get to your destination. Like,
Yeah, and then you leave again because that's boring. Are you boring?
your last night, right?
There are very interesting mysteries to be found in the wilds. I'm certain so many manner of stories are happening out in the forests or in the mountains or...
I mean, can we figure about
Things in the
nature
wild.
versus civilization later and maybe get back to getting paid?
We can walk and talk at the same time.
Yes.
Is it that hard for you?
We can walk and talk. Let's.
Like, you've only got 2 legs, and he can manage just fine. He's got twice as many legs.
It takes a lot of brain power to do both at the same time, trust me.
We have to go down the cliff, don't we?
Are you alright?
Are you alright? Should we have someone look at that cough?
It's fine. It's been like that since I was little.
That's not
How's
good.
I'm just not very good with a lot of movement.
It's not very good. Predators usually go after the sick ones first.
Glance and be like,
you would think there's wide eyes, but you can't see because you can't see past the glare of her glasses.
Right. You're not making your case for this whole wilds place.
He's still alive. She's still alive, rather.
She is.
Clearly. The wild is just
somehow.
It's just a place that you go through when you're going from one interesting place to another. Or at least, not so much interesting, but comfortable. Because that's the thing that you don't find in the wild, is comfort.
I feel
always
like the wild is
comfortable in
quite
the
The wilds are very comfortable
That's why I found
if you know
Daisy.
how to do it.
For a certain definition
And that
of comfort, I suppose.
is the rub. I don't. And so I will
I
prefer
can tell.
my bed and my pillow and my taverns.
So you stay here with the weird gnomes, and everybody else will leave.
Well, we don't know where we're going yet.
We? I thought you didn't want to leave.
Oh,
He did.
No, no, no.
He did agree to go
We're-
with you to the mountains to figure out the mysteries in there, in the ruins.
It's very wild out there.
It is. That's why you only go out there temporarily.
And you go out in a group.
How
It's more safe that way, right?
Or
Yes, sure.
I've been working on it. It's gonna take me a little bit longer, but you go out in the wild, but then you create a tavern with magic. And then you can bring the tavern with you into the wild and you get the best of both worlds. But
I'm not gonna
we're
lie.
not quite there
that's
yet.
Fantastic.
Right?
Rose is
He's
just
still
going
drunk.
to aside to Sterling. I don't think this Tarwin man is very intelligent.
I don't think he is either. It's okay. He probably won't last very long. It's between him and the sick one.
Fair.
Wow, this-
He's gonna turn to Esri though and be like, "Do you want to ride? Like, I can carry you down." I'd rather he goes first.
Really? I mean, if you don't mind, I'd be very, very appreciative.
I mean, if you're not contagious, it's fine.
No.
Do you have COVID?
What is a COVID?
Oh.
I don't know. I just heard about it. Something.
It's some new disease that people are hearing about these days.
Out of character, professional development, we had COVID training, and one of the things head of school said was like, we're going over like when we send them home, how you tell whatever symptoms, and he's like, just to be clear, you can still get regular sick. Regular sick still exists.
The cold is still out there.
It's not like it's not COVID, you're fine. It's like if you're sick, also don't come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways, carry on. Yeah.
I'm not that kind of sickly. I've just been like
imagine
this.
if this has been a thing since childhood, you're not contagious.
No, of course
It's
not. It's also part of the process from my magic, but it's fine.
That
Coughing
sounds
is
unpleasant and not
magic?
worth it. But
No, not that part. Just being a bit more tired than most.
well, you can
That sounds
have a ride if you'd
unpleasant.
like.
It's all right. It's what we all went through to do what we can do.
It's interesting.
But I have Grim, so that makes it worth it.
This does seem neat. I am curious about that Grim.
What is Grim?
But
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce you. And she takes out this just book and holds out the book. Oh, this is Grimoire. He's my partner.
He?
Well,
Just
he goes
leans
by-
over to Sterling. I don't think she's intelligent either. That's a book.
Yeah, but I like her better than the other one.
That is true.
I like how it's the wizard's not intelligent.
It's
I just
all
want
about
you to
your frame
know
of
that
reference.
I'll get it
Sterling is
eventually.
not intelligent.
I mean, if nature is your bag and someone can't survive in nature, they're not really smart.
Yeah, that's true.
Fair.
Exactly.
Fair.
It all depends on your particular point of view.
Yeah.
That's fair. That is fair.
We got the Wild Mother and we got Arathis going on here.
And whatever.
Yeah. So you make your
what
way
that feels.
to the stairs down.
Avandra, I would
Would
argue.
you say that since would you say that we would be going down to another part of the town?
Yes.
Okay.
For your rhyming purposes, yes.
Awkwardly right on Sterling.
You do
I'm just
not.
watching this going. That is the strangest thing I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of strange things.
Yeah.
You say that a lot because you've already said that once.
You do not
Like-
reinstate the daisy chain for this particular trip.
I mean, like a centaur. I mean, they're centaurs. You're saying that is strange? Someone riding on a centaur? Like
What do you
all of
mean
the
by
effort that we put. I'm saying it's not strange. She's saying that's a strange thing to see someone riding on the
No,
back
what do
of
you
a
mean
centaur.
by they're centaurs?
Isn't
Sterling.
Yeah. That correct us if we're wrong, but isn't that what you are referred to as?
No, he sounded like he was starting to insult Mr. Sterling.
no?
No?
No.
No, Guild said it's
Centaurs
the
should be
strangest.
treated with respect.
Westcott's just gonna take a step
I'm
away.
so
from
confused.
you.
He means no disrespect.
Can't walk away on Sterling's back.
I'm sorry if that was rude.
Pretty sure he just said that
I just lean into her and I do not like you.
is.
He's very rude. I'm offended.
Okay.
Well,
This is
I
gonna be an interesting
appreciate-
part.
With a smile, by the way. With a smile.
I appreciate your forthrightness and candor.
Thank you.
I am
try.
looking forward to working with you on whatever it is that we're going to find downtown.
I'm
Mr.
not.
Terwin, didn't you say I needed to be more subtle yesterday?
Context, for sure. But like I was saying, centaur isn't quite strange
No, I'm
as
not
much
saying.
as like
You don't often see.
I
people
just
ride.
think we need a little bit of
That's-
credit for that whole setup last night.
Oh, it was
When you're
very
saying
nice.
this is the strangest thing that you've ever seen, and like
No,
I mean,
that-
really, like I thought it was pretty inspired, and this is rather kind of pedestrian.
I'm not saying
Excuse me?
that. I'm not saying that that setup wasn't impressive. I'm just saying that this entire situation is fucking weird.
Ezra pulls out a book and just holds it up front to her face and just starts trying to read and not listen to this.
All right.
Maybe going searching in my satchel for a dagger.
All right. Well, before somebody gets stabbed,
Hey, it wouldn't be D&D unless someone gets stabbed.
True.
Glasses lift.
Let's continue.
Get up closer. Reads.
I'm assuming we're walking the entire
Yes.
time.
Mhm.
Walking and
Feels like that.
talking and being insulted. Yeah,
My
so you
mom used
make
to
your
say pee and walk so you don't make a puddle. Talk and walk, rather. Pee and walk.
Well,
yes.
wouldn't that
You
just
know,
make a
same idea.
long puddle?
Yeah,
rather
but
than
then
a
it's not
wide
one
puddle?
big puddle. You don't notice it as much. It doesn't splash as much. when you step in it. I hate it when it splashes. Anyway,
that sounds like a you problem.
Centaur problems.
This is
Hashtag
centaur
centaur
problems.
problems.
Just send our problems.
So you guys make your way down the stairs, Ezri riding on Sterling, which makes this a whole lot easier because if Ezri was trying to go down the stairs, you would have to stop a lot.
Yeah. Probably.
Nah, that's what magic is for.
Mhm.
Magic solves all the problems.
Magic and Sterling.
Friendship
And then you make your way through Lower Hupperduke.
While they are just casually walking, whatever, Fleur's gonna ride up next to Strillis and so you did mention though, you're good at finding things. Does that include people?
he found me.
Well,
I don't
yes,
think she was looking for me.
I
but
wasn't
she found
exactly
me.
looking for you.
But you did find me.
I did, and I'm very glad.
Me too.
But yes, I can. You know, I can. I'm very good at tracking down just about anything if I can pick up the correct trail.
That may come in handy. Down the road.
Well, we are going down the road.
Well, I mean,
downtown.
in the future. In the
Making a way
future.
downtown one
Note
night,
to
so-
self: be literal with this one. Okay.
We're walking a little fast. My legs are having a hard time keeping up, though.
Yeah.
She's I don't want to I can't go into a lot of detail now, but before we were caught up in all of this, Westcott and I were looking for someone, or rather, I employed Westcott to help me find someone.
Employed is a strong word. Walking.
Just like walks by, just like casually, just like employed is a strong word, keeps going. Yes. Anyways.
What does he mean?
But hopefully, eventually, when this is all over or so, if we are able to pick back up the trail, if you are good at tracking people down, potentially, I might have use for your skills. If that would be all right with you.
Are you going to pay her? Because apparently that's a thing that you can do.
Oh, easily, gladly.
You all insist that that's important, so you should pay her if you're going to use her skills.
Oh, of course, I wouldn't dare imagine to ask her to help without paying her.
I'm going to make eye contact with Westcott.
Clearly, there's a difference in categories. Westcott's over here.
Westcott got himself into trouble.
Who needs to be paid?
I suppose some kind of compensation would be nice, but really it just depends on where Mr. Sterling is going after this. If he's going somewhere else, then I'm afraid I can't help you.
All right. I mean, it's like I said. I have no idea where this person is, and I'm afraid it's probably dangerous. Knowing the typical line of work, but
Just tracking does tend to be dangerous.
True.
Yes, and when people with slightly dangerous jobs suddenly disappear, it has me worried. But yes, just something to keep in mind, I guess. But for now, we are employed on this job, so. Yeah. She's just like.
So, as you make your way through Lower Hupperdook, you reach the outer walls of the city, and you were told that the builder's plot was outside the walls. So that's not a big surprise. You step past the outer walls of the city and find the dusty expanse of the assembly yard. There's row after row of shaded construction bays and towers that flank partly built catapults, heavy cannons, and other odd experimental weaponry encircled by metal fences. Following the directions you were given lead you toward high piles of metal sheeting and the sound of incessant hammering.
Takes water skin drinks.
Yeah, I'll let you decide when Ezri's hangover is better.
First time drinking, it did not go well. Do we see anything that looks like it could be where we're being pointed to?
Yeah.
Is there any?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, is there anyone nearby that doesn't look too particularly occupied?
So there are some guards around. They're occupied, but in the sense that they're keeping an eye out.
Right.
They don't make any move to stop you because it's not like they're keeping people out unless they start to do something. There's some sound coming from a few different directions. And you see people working, but the least occupied are the guards, probably.
Okay. Anyone mind if I ask for directions? Because I think we're all pretty new, and none of us actually know where.
By all means.
My first time in Hupperdook, so.
All right. I'm gonna put on a big smile and walk confidently up to the guard. Good morning.
Good morning.
Looking for Clef Tinkertop. His shop's closed up above, but I hear he works down here. Do you know where we can find him?
Yeah, go that way and then turn right. Clef's an interesting fella. You have a hard time missing him. Him and his daughter Risa.
I
They're working
appreciate
over there. They're working on, I think, like a I don't know, flying machine.
Oh, interesting.
I
It
don't
sounds
know.
fascinating. I lower my voice considerably. Because he looks like he's got a bit of a hangover too. And I will wish him
Everybody in Evergreen has
a short shift and an evening's rest.
He gives you
All
a
right.
nod.
That way, and we're looking for a flying machine.
You have a really
Flying
weird
machine.
smile. Why do you smile so weird?
People find it very disarming.
That's one way to put it.
Cyrilla says nothing with her smile on her face.
Cyrillus also smiles weird. So you make your way in the direction, and sure enough, you come across a strange glider, maybe? You're not quite sure. I mean, flying machine seems like as good of a description as you can imagine. And there are two gnomes, one middle-aged, one middle-aged man, one much younger. What do you do?
Oh, well, we start to get closer. It might be. Oh, I'm sorry. I can get off now, Mr. Sterling. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, can you get down?
Maybe.
Bend your knees.
You want some help?
Step ladder. Thank you, Mr. Terwin. Use a step ladder. Step ladder is the best thing you're gonna make this entire game. It's just gonna come in so fucking handy every.
Step ladder.
Very useful.
Yeah.
You peaked in the first episode.
I mean, the daisy chain was also quite.
That's true, but that wasn't a conjuration thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It was still involved in the daisy chain too, because it had to get up on Daisy.
Yeah.
Did need to get a step ladder for that. So. Hey, when your legs are short and the world is tall, sometimes.
I wouldn't. Anyway, let's go say hi.
The older gnome seems to have spotted your group and is getting a bit distracted, and you hear the younger gnome try to sort of direct him back to work. But if you walk up and ask, I'm sure you could easily distract them.
And I'll let someone else talk. Just kind of hanging back.
Why would you want to fly anyway? You said it was why would anybody want to fly?
Have you ever flown
Because
before?
they can.
Why would I want to?
It's like one of the things. Like,
if you aren't born with wings, you are not meant to fly.
And yet.
oh no, that's just not being creative.
Says the one who's afraid of going in the wild.
Oh, I didn't say I'm afraid. It's just uncomfortable.
You sounded afraid.
And dirty.
Oh, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Can we maybe get back to
Yeah,
you know,
I'm gonna walk up. Oh, fingertops.
Wescott's like, screw this noise.
Okay, bye.
So the older man turns to you and says, "Yes."
I don't actually know why we're here.
because of the
I only have half of the information. But
I'm gonna gently
you
nudge
have
Esri.
You have the
I have a thing you should look at.
the thing.
He looks between all of you. Thing? What thing?
Sorry, hello.
Gesture.
We found
The piece of metal that is some reason important.
Yes.
I mean, metal is good, but
We were wondering if you perhaps could shed any light on the nature of this object, and she'll kind of motion towards Esri, and who has
Esri
Yeah,
holds it
Ezra takes out the thing and holds it out gently.
He looks at it. He squints. My design, but he reaches out to take it. He doesn't quite like pull it from your hands. Like he's he's clearly curious, but trying.
He does
to be
the
at
thing
least
where he
somewhat
just
polite.
like the gentle, like doesn't want to
but
break
Ezri's
it.
still holding it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he looks at if Esri lets him have it, he looks it over a little bit more.
Your design?
Maybe. And he's just like tilting it and leaning and like examining it from every
Perhaps
angle.
Ezra's getting a little like
just
watching
construction.
Finally, he says, "No, not my construction. It reminds me of her Stalmus."
Gesundheit?
Just immediate conjuration of the quill and starts writing things down on a piece of paper.
We're doing it down.
Stalmus is old colleague, I guess.
So potentially a rival of yours is what you're saying in the business? Trying to...
He wishes. No.
Well, I mean, somebody like that would fit the description of
talented, but doesn't do his own work really. He copies. Copier.
So then he would probably have no trouble stooping to aiding other felons, perhaps, is a way to put it.
Felons? I don't know about that. I mean, I haven't seen him in years.
Wait, you haven't seen him?
No.
But he's still alive, right? Okay, so
he's not in
Hubbardston. Might be dead, but
Are you at all familiar with your previous colleague?
Best way to put it, I suppose. Yeah.
Political leanings. Did he ever indicate any sympathy for, say, the Kryn dynasty?
Oh, say.
I mean,
like, you know,
it wasn't. Last time I saw him, that hasn't been that big of a thing for that long. It's been years.
So
where's he
before
from?
all of this?
Upperduke.
And he left?
As far as I know, it hasn't been around.
Was there some reason he left?
I mean, I think. Look. So Hupperduke likes work, right? People make things here. Most people, self included, don't like people who copy the shit that they make.
Well, yes.
So, Sawdust, not the most popular dude.
All right. Didn't have a lot of friends, you're saying.
Yeah, not really. Not
Maybe
once he
alienated and isolated. Easily radicalized by...
I
think you're getting ahead of
about
yourself.
radicalizing people.
I don't know.
But, I mean, look, he copied off people. He copied off me. Clearly he copied off me.
Is he the type to get a chip on his shoulder? Wants revenge, maybe?
I mean, I don't know.
Gold.
Look, he copies and he does a shit job of it.
Did you just say he did a good job of it?
What?
Shit job, he said.
Shit
job.
Like,
what earlier? Never mind.
No, he's talented. Like, don't get me wrong.
But he doesn't put his talent to good use.
But he doesn't
and
put the
instead
work
chooses
in to
copy.
do what he wants to do.
He takes shortcuts.
Right. And so his results are shit, even though if he put in the damn effort, his results would be better.
So, what's the purpose of this thing if you designed it?
I was going to say.
It's okay. So I called it a Vox Seeker.
A Vox Seeker.
And give me 1 second to look up the correct information on Vox Seekers.
Just nose to the paper, having a mage hand hold on to it like that while she writes. Super close.
Vestiges. Is it
Pretty
alphabetical?
sure it
Vox
does not
Seekers. Here it
need
is.
to look for something.
So he explains, mostly because I can't do a really good Tinker Top voice, and 2, that hurts my throat.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say.
He explains that if you use it, basically if you wind it up, it operates for about a minute or up to 10 minutes. So it's like a minimum 1, maybe 10 if you get a good wind. While it's working, it can do a couple things. So it can move toward and attack the source of the nearest voice within 60 feet. In doing that, it ignores all other targets for as long as it remains operational. So if it hears someone talking, it goes and attacks. It also can climb difficult surfaces, including upside down on ceilings.
Oh, we get along great.
So basically, it is a thing. It was designed as something that can climb and get into places and then attack, but it's drawn to voices.
Seems interesting. So you can't even choose who it goes after. Just whatever poor unfortunate soul speaks first, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the.
I mean, it's certainly interesting.
Yeah,
I'm not discrediting it. Don't get me wrong. It's just it seems like a curious device in this particular instance to have used.
What instance? Can you? What?
Does this one do the same thing that your design did, or can you tell on the make of it?
Can I insight check on Mr. Tinkertop to see if he's trustworthy enough that I feel like I can share a little bit more of the information?
Feel free to roll insight.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, anyone who wants
to.
Do
I have good insight? I don't know.
We'll go ahead and.
I will, because why not? I'm proficient.
I mean, all
15.
of you will be sort of curious how much. So 15.
Nope.
And.
Okay. And Bless, what was Fleur's?
13.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, Guild and Fleur at least. I mean, like he doesn't give off the sense of someone who's hiding something. You get the sense that he is a kooky inventor who likes to make weird things. And so this thing was a weird thing he made several years ago.
So
you don't get any sense that he's actively hiding anything or actively trying to lie or anything like that. He seems as trustworthy as your next kooky inventor, which is to say, like, he could do something weird, but it wouldn't be malicious, right? It would just be like, oh, this is interesting. Let me go do this thing.
So yeah, in that case, Fleur will just say, without, I guess, divulging too many details, we discovered this at, in the prison. There had been a breakout, and it was found in the rubble. We're not sure if it was sent in or sent out from there or whatever means, but,
I mean,
it appears to have somehow been involved.
he
Kobold
pauses.
clans nearby.
Yeah.
Kobold clan. if that is a question that Terwin asks, Clef just looks at you like, I don't know anything about kobolds.
Apparently there were kobolds involved.
And then back to Fleur.
A lot of kobolds.
Back to Fleur, because he doesn't know anything about kobolds. It says, considers and says, well, I mean, I heard about the prison, so he's heard, that's not like a super secret. It was a big explosion, right?
Right.
And that, I mean, maybe if he had to guess, he would say it was probably sent in with something like, because this thing can climb, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he pauses, he thinks for a long moment, and he says that if you maybe found a way to get the person inside to say something, then that could draw the Vox Seeker in, as long as it could be heard outside. And then if you attached some sort of explosive or something that you blew up once it was inside, maybe?
Right.
So it may have just been used as a means of transporting an explosive device, which essentially
The wall was pretty blown up.
I mean, yes, we heard a loud sound of some explosion or something, didn't we?
I mean, if you want to know more about explosions,
yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
and then Risa speaks up and says, if you want to know more about explosions, I mean, we're not the ones to ask. So you'd want to go over to the Firemark facility. They're the only ones who manufacture blasting powder or black powder.
Firemark?
Firemark, yeah. And she explains that it's actually not far off. It is inside the walls, but right here. Like she'd give you basic, general directions to it.
Nearby.
It's nearby. And that they are the ones who can make blasting powder and black powder in Hupperduke. So if whatever explosive came from Hupperduke, they might know something. That she's not aware of anywhere else nearby that would have that sort of stuff, both either in or out of Hupperduke. Like she and Clef don't deal with explosives usually.
Is that stuff regulated pretty heavily, or is it kind of anyone can get some, or is it like Crown's Guard only?
No, it's pretty well regulated around here. I mean, I suppose if someone brought it in.
Okay.
But no, it's not something that just anybody could show up at the Firemark and get. I mean,
okay.
Really, that's the only place to get it here too.
Did your friend, your acquaintance, sell the things that he made?
Clef thinks about it a moment and says, I think some. Didn't have a great reputation though. Like, again, didn't do a great job of copies. So, like, he didn't get a lot of repeat customers.
Is it possible that he sent it in?
I suppose, is there any way to tell if how old this particular one is?
Given how it's pretty beat up. I mean, I could fix it, but that wouldn't really help.
It exploded.
It exploded like that. Marks of age are a little hard to tell after boom.
Explosion.
I mean, good.
Wasn't sure if
I'm just wondering if he sent it in, if he was trying to get somebody out.
Possible.
Or he's just a dick.
Do you know if he had any other acquaintances or friends? You said he didn't really get along well with much anyone. Was there anywhere that any haunts that he could typically be found at?
I don't really think so. I mean, like, again, it's been a while. Like he's clearly trying to think back, but it has been a few years, and you get the impression, particularly you, Guild, because you had a decent insight roll there, that outside of memory for machines, he might not be the best at like keeping track of details. That may be part of why
he has keen mind only for machines.
Why Risa chimed in to explain where to find out about explosives. But Risa is much younger, and you sort of get, it seems like if it's been several years, that may not be something she's not chiming in, so it seems like that may not be something she would even have much knowledge of.
Okay, so several years meaning many. If like her age is a consequential part of it.
Well, like, so it's a few years. Her age is a consequential part of it in the sense of. So
I mean, because like a few years can mean quite a bit to like the difference between a few years to a human and a few years to a gnome.
Yeah. So
could be like 2
right,
generations.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, he says, like, it's been a few years. He looks
How
at
many
Risa.
hands of years?
Yeah.
About one hand of years?
He looks at
two
Risa
hands
and
of
he
years?
says, "Did you?" And she shakes her head. No, Dad. That was. I mean, like, I remember you complaining about him, but that was before I started really helping out as much.
Was he a previous business partner or just a previous colleague?
Colleague, like, so when you ask that, Clef says, that he sort of tried to work with him at some point, because again, he was talented, but that he found he was not someone that was worth working with. So it's more like they never quite got to the point of business partner. So they're sort of at that stage where it's like not quite an acquaintance, but not quite a friend.
Right.
So, like they didn't really see each other much outside of work.
Other than being a little on the lazy side, what about honest? Or straightforward? Or a little shady? How would you describe him?
I'm imagining not honest.
No,
I mean,
he's stealing designs.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him Haku. Stop. I wouldn't
call him Haku. Stop.
I might have to pause and take him out in a minute.
I mean, I could probably.
Yeah. Do we want to take a bio break and return to this question when I don't have a dog barking at me?
Right. It's the junkyard dog. It's run up and interrupted the conversation.
Yeah, there is a random dog in the builder's plot that is.
Is he doing anything with the automaton at this point?
No, I mean, he was just sort of examining it. He's not really doing anything with it.
Okay. I mean, I might just take it and go ways a little bit and be messing with it a little bit.
Please be careful with that. I know it's broken already, but it's a very nice piece of equipment.
It's also evidence. So
that too.
It's kind of important that we don't break it.
Is it supposed to move on its own?
I mean, originally, before it blew up.
Yes.
How?
magic? Some
Clef
clockwork, right?
does chime in that he could fix it and it would move on its own. It would take some time, but
No, how do the legs move? Show me.
Can I walk over and take a look? Like, I mean,
yeah.
I can walk it.
Okay. Take it back and start doing the same thing on the ground, and then like stop and look at how the prints or whatever is left, and then do it a little bit more, listening to it. Just.
So it's just like, okay, no idea what's going on there.
Have you found something interesting, Mr. Ellis?
Grab some caffeine if we're...
Yeah.
No.
I was
Well,
happy.
not yet,
I'm
but
gonna be right back, but
I guess is it supposed to be just some kind of metal animal, I guess. So I would
The kind that stabs.
learn what kind of tracks it leaves and how it sounds when it moves, so I can tell when another one has been somewhere.
That was very useful.
See, she's smart.
Hmm?
Yes.
Oh, we should probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be like, are we actually breaking or not?
Oh, we left
Yeah.
Okay, now we are.
Yes, we are actually breaking.
Okay, so with that, I will turn on break time, and we'll be back. Well, like, how many minutes do you think, Jerusha? Do you know?
10, 15.
15? Sure. That should be enough to go get coffee.
Yeah, like, I mean, if people need a little extra, let me know, but like 10, 15 is what I'm imagining. Just enough to take dog out.
All right, so 10:15 p.m. Eastern, we'll be back. Enjoy. See you later.
This is at least worth... If something's going on in this city involving... I'd like to know about it.
Of course. I shall follow their lead.
Yeah.
But for now, I know thou wishes to have thy spell time.
Spell time?
She's just like, she doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's...
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom.
Not how modern play works.
Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
Specifically, that one's called, fuck.
It's a weird name for an island. Fuck.
Fuck it, I said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
Now. It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
It's definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, fuck, this is a terrible place.
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah, so as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, yeah, the people on Fuck Island are fighting each other again.
I don't suppose the crows recognize any cult symbols?
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of people with very strong ideas about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Just double checking.
That's fair.
Because, I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but... That'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. I will. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
You know, the factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure. They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Okay, so our goal is to stop the turf war. Got it.
We need to unite the fuckers against a common foe.
Common fuckery.
Friends, Romans, fuckers.
Under the banner of common fuckery.
Oh, I'm so glad we named it Fuck Island. Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I
do. I'm just gonna go ahead and start another Google Doc real quick for Fuck Island. 'Cause I think we're gonna see more of it in the future. Alrighty. So yeah, you pass by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting the fuckers are fighting the shitters again.
Fuck you all. I might be crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh, you're gonna have to give me a second. Okay.
Fucking same.
If we conquer it and then eventually trade it away in a business deal, we could give somebody a fuck. Or if we refuse to do it, we would not give a fuck.
Fuck you!
Look at all the I have to give. Yeah. Okay.
If the shitters are involved, I don't want to take any shit.
I think I'm just dead, guys. I'm sorry.
Their main factions are now canonically the fuckers, the shitters, and the dammers. The fuckers really want to fuck shit up. The shitters just the shitters are big on the idea of public infrastructure, specifically for sewage, and the dammers are really, really big on building dams for some reason.
They're a big fan of beavers.
Yeah, big fan of beavers. They're beaver people. Yes.
So it's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure planning.
It's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure of two people who have very strong ideas on two groups of people who have very strong ideas about what the main form of public infrastructure should be and what their focus should be, versus one other group of people who just really, really want to fuck shit up.
I just thought like the fuckers were just like really into just making it a very island brothel.
Fuck.
This is starting to sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost.
It's really all just really about the type of whorehouse they want.
Well, we'll work on it. I'll write something for Fuck Island. Do not fear.
You're
the
welcome.
main takeaway for now: beaver people are now canon for you, Elliot. They will all speak in Newfie accents. All of them. All right. So yeah, Fuck Island. That is now.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
And I'm gonna inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna do inflict. Whoops. Come back.
Inflict whoops.
Whoops. Inflict whoops. As if I've made a terrible mistake.
Zafar shouts from his pedestal at the far end. Get a move on! I'm getting bored up here.
Is he talking to us or the slugs?
You guys.
I mean, why isn't he shouting at the slugs then? They're not doing anything.
And they're the ones that really are moving kind of slow right now.
Finish him off already.
So that's a question. When you hit him with acid, does it have to be enough to actually do damage, or just any kind of acid?
Are you just gonna like throw up on him? Stomach acid?
Actually, now that you see it, I wasn't thinking that, but yeah, that would work.
Is a ready supply of acid?
I will give you that does 1 acid damage if you throw up on the slug.
Well, that's anybody.
Then wait, let me get the flame blade ready. Flame blade on, motherfuckers.
Alright. You pop a flame blade in your hands. Bauer, how do you make yourself vomit on the slug?
Oh god.
On the list of things I never thought would happen in a D&D game, my players vomiting on an enemy to kill it. Roll to hit the slug with vomit.
Yeah, it's not the tracks didn't necessarily get smaller, Fike. They just changed shape and became bipedal instead of quadrupedal.
Fast it up. The bear's walking on 2 legs now.
No, it's definitely not bear tracks anymore. It's definitely
it's not bear.
No,
Changing the shape of his foot.
They're definitely humanoid.
Father Fike was about to have a conniption with freaking Noxus. He's about to be like, "You fucking idiot! It's still a fucking bear."
That's how we couldn't find
It's a tricky bear. It found shoes. It put shoes on. This is where it sat and put on shoes. And struggle with the laces.
This is what happened to the last traveler. It fell for a trap.
It wore its last traveler's skin.
Oh God!
I don't know how big that would be, but I assume it's.
And that was when God carried the bear.
Yeah.
God, for the love of Cord, stop.
Oh my god!
All right, we know that there are 1,000,001 bear puns out there. Let's try.
And I can, you know what, guys, I'm barely holding myself together right now.
This turns Persona 4 very quickly.
Oh God,
this is just unbearable.
Yeah, that pun was unbearable.
All right, everybody, get them out of their system.
Commit this grisly murder.
All right.
We're good.
All right, that's where we're gonna call it tonight.
What is this other book that you speak of? And she sort of closes the book in Dwarvish, and she kind of sits up a little bit and sits back, sort of in that centered watery area, and with a lot more dexterity than you would expect, actually slips the Dwarvish book into the bag of holding, and then flips open the butter churning milkmaid, like, flipping through it sort of page by page.
She was very accurate in how she described it.
She was. You're not wrong.
And you can see after a moment she just stops.
Bellis is doing his absolute best to keep a completely straight face.
Yeah.
Wiria is keeping a straight face.
Elisa's trying so hard not to laugh.
Bellis has high charisma. I think he's good, but it's
or not just not react.
Katana's just.
Right. There's nothing.
I'm just going.
She like. She turns like one page, and she's like reading through it. She kind of
good parts.
Well, she flipped through a bunch of it. She stops, and she turns her head to sort of like regard you and look at you. And then she looks back to the book.
Oh, we just gave the dragon a bodice buster.
And she looks back to you. I have lived for almost 1,000 years. I have seen the ending of the world and the birth of a new one, and in all that time, I have never experienced anything like this.
Something we don't have in common.
Well, she sort of like leans down, looks at all of you like a little bit closer, and like, do you little people create much of this?
Have you heard of the Great World Archive of our own?
It is perhaps more common than it should be. But
Yep. Varying degrees of quality, but
as with all things.
It seemed like something that perhaps, as you said, you have not had the opportunity to experience.
She sort of nods her head and slides into the bag of holding with the other book.
And thus ends the saga of the Butter Milkmaid. 30 fucking sessions.
Oh my god.
We gave it to a dragon.
Okay, this is probably the worst use of an insight check ever, but does she seem to like it?
Actually, yeah,
Make an insight check.
Yeah.
I need to know. I need to know.
Oh no, you guys. Hey, that's I know. I'm like, I want to roll 2, but that's
14.
15. 20. 20.
20 for insight on the dragon liking the smut.
Okay. All right. Go into the Whispers channel because it's Whispers time.
Beyond.
I thought very carefully, by the way, about how weary I should describe the smut.
Yeah.
She wanted to be 100% accurate, but also, positive about this document book.
The dragon's just putting in the name of like her high school's crush as opposed to the Lord in this book. The dragon creates the first fanfic.
I want you to bring me more.
Cortana just starts writing fanfic.
Eventually becomes a world-renowned smut writer.
Oh god, she finds it later in a different life, and like, what
there we go.
Well, I had fun.
I don't know. It seems like a rather unsatisfying finish, don't you think?
I don't know.
Thou
I'm
hast
pretty
heard
satisfied.
Such a thing many times.
over that fucker. Elias just falls out of his chair. This one quickly reaches out to catch him.
With that confirmation especially, she'll just look at Elias and say, I do believe Weir is correct. I believe that your goddess is protecting this graveyard.
That might explain why
She's doing a shit job with it, isn't she?
Spells got more powerful. I mean, hey, she just deals with the aberrations are way.
Yeah. Yes,
that stuff, whatever that was, that is. We won't
That
have to
was
worry about
fucked
undead
up,
here.
I
I have to
believe,
imagine.
is the term.
Yeah. Thank you, Curtatus. Yeah.
She's learning.
Shit is fucked.
The T-Rexes are now turtles.
All the way down?
Yes.
I'll be mean to this turtle right here.
Okay.
You do know what happens when you. Oh.
You gonna flip over the turtle?
Yeah.
And when in doubt, what would Lizzie do? And
Exactly. There you go.
So yeah. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Right. We're losing a Fleur for tonight, everybody, but
The
she'll
rest
be in our
of us
hearts.
shall persevere,
Mm-hmm.
despite the lack of Fleur. Seeing if Maggie can connect.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see if this coffee's any good.
Is this from your fancy coffee place?
Yeah, and I don't usually drink lattes, but I'm like, yeah, let's try it. And she asked if I want sweetener, and I was like, I don't fucking know. Sure.
Coffee is weird.
Oops.
I'm just gonna sit here and drink my sparkling iced tea, which is also weird because it's sparkling iced tea. Haku, no. No! You will go in timeout if you bark at me and you know it. No.
It is very, very coffee. Could use a little more sugar, but it's fine. I don't need to sleep, right?
No one needs sleep. Sleep is overrated.
Well, all right. Nobody but Beth needs sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haku thinks I
That's
need
an
sleep.
exception.
Haku thinks I need sleep. He thinks it's bedtime, which is part of why he's being a bit of a brat right now. He tries to bark me to bed. He says, but it's bedtime. We're supposed to be cuddling. Because yes, he is a cuddle sleeper.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to be spooned.
Fair enough.
This is the best way to describe the sleeping position that Haku goes with.
See, Padfoot never liked to be spooned, but he liked to sleep back to back with you. We'd always go with that. If you turned around and tried to spoon him, he'd get up and leave. Or he'd like go to the end of the bed and be like, no, like I don't love you that much.
Yeah, no, Haku is pro back to back or spooning. Either one works for him.
I think Padfoot gets too hot if you spoon.
That's fair.
But he wants the contact, so back to back is like that's where he's happy.
So welcome to dog spooning talk.
I was like, because no, the reason is like I was trying to describe like Haku's sleeping position. And I was like, yeah, he doesn't really sleep at the foot of the bed. And one of my friends was like, so he likes to spoon. And I was like, yeah, no, actually, that's accurate. Come on, Haku, give me the ball if you want to play. Okay. This is a conversation my dog and I have very often, which is if you want me to play with you, you have to give me the toy. Conversation. He'll stand there with the toy staring at me out of my reach. And I'm like, dog, this is not productive for either of us. All right. Well, other than Maggie's computer problems, Maggie, you're on voice, right?
Sort of.
Okay.
Robot pretty hard.
Do you want us to wait a little bit then?
I mean, I don't think it's gonna get better, so.
Okay.
Oh no.
I've had to drop the call and reconnect a couple times, and it's
if you drop
better,
roll
so.
20, does that help?
It might.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Because so I mean, we'll go for now, but like it might be if we're not doing a ton of combat.
I mean, for me, what I usually end up doing is I put I just use Discord on my phone, so like my phone on cell and my roll 20s on my Wi-Fi. That's usually how I avoid the problem.
I do Discord on my phone too, but mostly just because I prefer to be able to stay on Discord when I have to get up to deal with the dog.
Yeah, for me it's because my Discord doesn't like it when I'm on Wi-Fi with Roll20 going.
Yeah, mine doesn't. I mean, I have good internet. I have Comcast, but it's good speeds and works fine. Good internet and Comcast is a bit of a. I think the problem is good internet and any provider is a bit of a.
Yeah.
So.
But I generally get the speeds that I am told I should get from them these days.
What really sucked at the beach was the fact that I couldn't charge anything, so everything died. But I have never had Wi-Fi that good. It was so fucking good. And we were in my car, across the driveway from the bed and breakfast, and the Wi-Fi was better than any Wi-Fi I've ever had anywhere. And I was like, "What the fuck?" I was so pissed because everything was dead and I couldn't charge it, but it was the best Wi-Fi. I literally downloaded 4 episodes of Campaign 2 so that Luffy and I could listen to it. I downloaded 4 episodes in a half hour.
Wow.
Full. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? I was pissed.
Yeah, I have internet speeds that they recommend for more people than me, but I'm like, I like to, do things on my computer and stream shows for background noise, and I'm like, I usually have at least 3 internet streams running. Please allow me to have good internet.
Yeah.
Paco, do you lose your ball? So if I recall before we went on break, Terwin, Brendan, it looks like he's frozen, but
I know.
Terwin had asked if this person who made the automaton was honest.
Right.
And Master Tinkertop would explain that he doesn't generally consider people who copy without permission honest. But he can't really speak beyond that to Mr. Saltmust's character. Saltmust, sorry.
Yeah, how do you spell that name? We were wondering.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Want to make sure I'm not.
Aha.
You
Okay.
Yeah. So he also, while Cyrillus was engaged in examining the thing and trying to figure out how it moved, also explained that if you guys wanted, he can repair it, because Cyrillus seemed interested in the functioning of it. But it would, cost a little for materials and take some time.
If you repair it, is it going to attack as soon as somebody talks?
Only if you wind it up.
Okay, so wind it up, please.
Yeah, he explained when he explained how it worked earlier. He said you had to wind it, and then it would last for some subset of a length of time. It wasn't set in stone. It was a range.
Would someone sell something like this to just anyone?
I mean, someone is a very broad term.
Someone like Mr. Stallmast?
He shrugs at you, like, really his impression of Stallmast is should have been a better inventor, didn't give a shit, was a lazy ass bum, who copied. Like, he again, this is someone who is only more than an acquaintance because he tried to work with him for a time. They weren't like personal friends. But he definitely recognizes his workmanship because that's what Clef Tinkertop does, is make things and care about mechanical things.
Did you make this design for any group in particular, or do the authorities here know about it?
I mean, the authorities know I make things. I would say they... He considers for a moment. I doubt they know everything I've ever made.
I wasn't sure if you initially made this for the people here or not. Since it
was an experiment.
Oh.
Now, how did the experiment turn out?
What was that, Brendan? Sorry, you're a little quiet.
And how did that experiment turn out?
It worked!
So,
I mean,
when you say time and materials, how much time and how much material?
Couple hours. If he can, he takes the thing back and flips it around.
She's done with it.
Okay. Flips it around, looks at it. Yeah, a couple hours. And Risa gives a little sigh because they're supposed to be working on the thing they're working on. Probably cost about 15 gold in materials, I'd say.
Okay. I'm look over to Esri. I mean, did you want a new toy?
I wouldn't particularly call a very well-functioning attack piece of equipment a toy, Mr. Terwin, but it is very interesting. I don't know if I have that much gold to spend on something like this, especially since I want to gather the funds to have this expedition to the mountains.
Did we get an advance? I think we got an advance.
Yes, you got an advance.
Right. I don't know if we officially divided it up yet. But I think seeing one of these things in action might very well help in understanding how it works, as well as how we might be able to track it down.
I don't really want to see it in action. That sounds like a terrible idea.
Then just close your eyes.
And don't say anything.
Are you
Then
all
you won't be
planning on
able
not
to see.
saying anything?
I won't.
But I'm fairly certain from that 250 gold piece advance that we got from the Watchmaster that I would be able to pony up 15 gold. Now, I don't necessarily know the best supplies, and I'm sure that you would be far more efficient at gathering them if I were to provide an upfront cost.
He agrees. Yeah, he says. There's another little sigh from Risa, but
I like lean around her. It's like, it's for the Crown's Guard and the good of Hupperduke. Just think you're being patriotic.
But he agrees. He tells you that yes, he could easily get the materials In fact, he probably has most of what he would need right here. He would just need to replace it.
For his
So
current project.
So it's less of a I have to go out and buy the materials and more of a I would need to replace these materials or I'd get in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Great.
So yeah, if you give him the automaton or let him keep the automaton and give him 15 gold in a couple hours, you can come back and have a working thing you can wind up and send to stab things that talk.
I just want to know what was on those papers she had. I feel
Sorry.
like that would be a lot more useful.
Yeah, sorry, I was only able to get a few words and phrases.
Hey, it's better than nothing, right?
Well, I wish I knew what that ring was.
I don't ring.
Oh no, it was just written on the paper. I don't know if it actually meant a physical ring or something ringing, but...
All right. So it sounds like our next lead might be this Firemark facility and this blasting powder. And then maybe we can find someone who knows a little bit more about Huron, and we can pick up another lead from there.
Well, do we all want to go together? Or do we want to split and try to make this a little faster?
I mean, I think splitting up makes sense. It's not like it's.
Yep. I don't know what we have as to where to find more information about this person. I mean,
I mean,
can
a
always
tavern's
try.
a good enough place to start. I can.
I mean, if
always head back
he
up.
is as potentially underhanded or dishonest as in terms of stealing and whatnot, Watchmaster may have heard of him, or at least we might be able to get a list of known acquaintances. And if this is indeed some sort of strange revenge plot, it is kind of looking at a potential lead on who may have planned this out. But we want to chase that lead down so that we're not guessing.
Well, we've got a couple of places we could start for getting that information, but I don't see any reason we can't split up. The faster we get this done, the less likely we are that we're gonna have someone beat us to it.
Mm-hmm.
Got a point.
Mostly, I just really don't want to let Yenra win. I didn't like her.
Yeah, she sounds like a real peach.
Oh, you love her.
Oh, I believe she was a bounty hunter. She was working the same investigation as we were, but she was not being very cooperative with her information.
I generally try to avoid bounty hunters, but yeah.
Are we splitting up?
Yeah.
I think so.
I may as well try and cover as
All
much
right.
ground as.
So who's on team Explodey stuff and who's on team Huron?
I know a bit about magical
goes wherever
explosions.
Sterling goes.
My
I'm not
skills are
going with the weird
definitely-
smile guy.
I concur with that decision.
Just trying to be friendly.
I'm fine going to the Firemark.
All right. I think I'd headed.
Yeah,
Talk.
I'll
I'm
go.
better at talking.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't know a ton about mechanical, magical, exploding. My skills lean more towards the social.
mean, whether we're going to talk to this place where there's
Yeah, talking is involved either way.
the talking's kind of involved in both of them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't know, Terwin. It seems like you're pretty good at convincing people to tell you things.
Well,
Some people, me charming, others less so.
Less so.
Like I said, others.
The knife.
Just
All
smile
right.
sweetly.
All right. So if you guys figure out who's going where.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so yeah, who's out of character? Who's going where?
Oh yeah, out of character. Let's figure that one out.
I think Guild was gonna go look for information on Huron.
Sterling will go with Guild.
And I go with Sterling.
I can go to Firemark then if we.
We'll the rest of us go to the Firemark facility.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna go hunt down a person, sending the people who are good at hunting people down is probably a good plan.
That's yeah.
True.
Whereas talking to someone about magical explosions might be left up to the wizard.
Magical or non-magical?
Magical
Yeah.
and
To the wizards and the one who's really good at lying.
Where do we meet up?
we could go back to the Blushing Tankard.
I was gonna say that tavern.
Yeah,
Works for me.
makes the most
Place
sense.
as any.
Sure. All right.
Don't get blown
Daisy
up.
chain it is again.
We'll bring Fleur with us so we can daisy chain.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
yeah. Fleur will travel with you guys. For daisy chain purposes.
Also, since she's most closely tied with Westcott, then we'll just
Yeah. No, that makes
engage
sense.
her that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So one
Split the
group
party.
sets off somewhere to try to find out more information about Stalmas. One group heads almost around the corner to the Firemark facility. As the group that approaches the Firemark facility makes their way, they see a brown and red brick building. It's quite large. It has a black iron roof that stretches over a massive compound. You smell sulfur and blasting powder, familiar from when you visited the prison cell yesterday. Faint, but there. As you draw near, a gnome guard approaches you with a suspicious look. This female gnome guard looks at all of you and asks, "What do you want?"
We're here on behalf and deputized by Bram Goldswaddle, Watchmaster, to investigate the explosion that happened at the prison. We are currently following a lead that explosion may not have been magical in nature, but rather non-magical. And we have since learned that this facility, as I gesture to the grand, massive building next to us, might be the only source for blasting powder in Hupperduk. And as such, we were hoping to maybe speak with whomever is the supervisor on shift for the day and ask a few questions. And I will produce whatever documentation that we had gotten from the Watchmaster that says that we're actually legitimate people.
Yeah, you were given like a mark.
It's like a badge or something.
Like a badge.
Yes.
Oh yes, that badge that I don't have.
She looks you up and down. Looks
I'm
at the badge.
Smiling, most disarming smile.
Looks you up and down again. And says, "This is a restricted site."
Why we're asking permission.
And that's why I'm not giving you permission.
I suppose we could go back to the Watchmaster and. Or
So
maybe
if the
Hal.
Crown's Guard do not have the authority to enter your facility, who does?
Random Crown's Guard don't have the authority to enter.
Okay, well, we are certainly not random, and technically, neither are we Crown's Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes you even less have the authority to enter, thanks.
Yes. Okay. So what you're saying is that you would prefer to actively impede the investigation of a prison break.
Roll me an intimidation check.
Okay. Well, shit.
Oh no.
What?
Technically, it's not one because I have a charisma.
Because you're a halfling.
And because I'm a halfling. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yes.
Halfling.
Halfling luck is a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
How many halflings are in this party?
There's two.
Two.
Okay.
Okay. So the second one is an 11. So I'm not intimidating, but at least I'm not embarrassing myself.
Yeah, she gives you a look like.
It's because you're a halfling.
I mean, granted, I'm not just a halfling, but I'm also like short for a halfling. So I'm sure she's like literally looking down at me.
Yeah.
No.
She just sort of looks down at you and just shakes her head.
Well, if we need better permission, who would we talk to about that?
Look. This, as I'm sure you can guess if you're asking to come in.
Well, I mean, we don't necessarily need to come in if the person in charge just wants to
Yeah,
come out to
they
speak
can
to us.
come out,
If us physically being in the facility is the issue, like we don't care about being in the facility. If we can just begin by asking some questions.
She sighs, steps back to the door, and opens it briefly to talk to someone, and you hear something about the blast gaffer. Before she turns back to you and says, "Wait here."
Thank you.
Yep.
And let's flip to the other party for a moment.
Good plan.
So where are you guys headed precisely?
Well, we've got a couple of options. I think we could ask the Watchmaster if this guy's ever been involved in anything questionable, or taverns are a good place for rumors. Any thoughts?
Well, they don't like taverns, that's for sure.
And my group is just silent.
Sorry.
All the charisma went to the other side.
You could listen to Haku whine instead.
Can you repeat the question? Because I 100% spaced out for a second.
Okay, so we could see if anyone at the tavern had heard anything about him being in town or knows anything about who he knew, or go to the Watchmaster and see if he was involved with anything shady.
Well, I feel like you guys are in good terms, I guess, right? With the city, because you're helping them investigate the prison break, yeah?
Apparently? We've been here for like a
It's
day.
worth the shot. Oh, well. I think either one's pretty valid. I mean, he seems like he's fairly well known in that nobody likes him. And people might be willing to share.
Maybe the Watchmaster, because if we're meeting at the tavern anyway, it's not like we can't ask around when we get back.
Exactly.
Watchmaster it is. I think he told us where to find him. I think we asked him that.
Yeah, let me check.
I did not write that down. My notes for last game were terrible. I wrote that he would give us 1,000 gold. Cotter.
Yes.
The important details.
Yeah.
So he told you, and I'm trying to figure out probably the barracks. So the Ironside barracks are where you'd most likely find him. They're over here, which is right by the prison.
Mm-hmm.
So you, Guild, you would know basically how to get there because you've basically been there.
Yeah.
You don't need to get directions for this one. So you head over to the Ironside barracks, and there are Crown's Guard around. Do you approach somebody and ask where to find? Okay.
Just walk up to one. So, helping with the Watchmaster's investigation. Any idea where I might find him? Got some questions.
They look at you for a moment. And... Yeah, sure. Starts gesturing and pointing and directing you through this space to the Watchmaster's office, which is where he is right now. And it's a little bit confusing. Like, this person clearly is not, and I apologize for my continuously whining dog in the background. This person is clearly not the best at direction giving. But it gets you there. And inside, the door's open. Inside, you see Watchmaster Gulchswaddle.
Yeah, so would kind of give a knock and step in.
Looks at you, looks at the other two, is like, recognizes you, because you're pretty recognizable.
Oh, yeah, they're helping.
Okay. What are you doing here?
We might have a lead. Not sure yet. Wondered if you might be able to help us pursue that lead a little bit.
Okay, what's the lead?
Heard of a man named Huron Stalmas?
He pauses, considers for a minute, and then goes, Stalmas.
Yeah, apparently he's a dick who steals people's inventions.
Oh, yeah. Thinks for a long moment. So, yeah, he sort of, a few years ago, got himself kind of kicked out of here.
Kicked out?
Of the town?
Yeah. So Stalmust was, let's see, how to put this. He liked to test his inventions and didn't really care a whole lot about what that meant. By which I mean who that hurt or what that blew up or, you know. I mean, inventors, sometimes things explode.
On accident or on purpose?
He pauses, he considers. As far as I know, on accident. You know, I'm not, like, that's not my area of expertise.
Yes.
But the problem was, you know, got told to stop, didn't stop, kept doing it over and over again. Some people got literally hurt.
Interesting.
And Stalmas, well, he didn't care, so we kicked him out of Hupperduke because, you know, you don't want someone who's just going to test any old crazy invention without any care in the world living in your city.
Was
The
he
more we hear
mad?
about this guy, the more he sounds like an asshole.
Yeah. So why do you think what makes you think he's involved?
Well, we're not quite 100% there yet, but working on it.
Can you think of a reason he could potentially want to be involved? Do you think there was anybody in prison he might have wanted out or dead?
I mean, specifically, no.
I think a more
But broadly, maybe yes.
I think a more relevant question would be, is there anyone who didn't hate his guts? Anyone who might have been, I don't know, if not sad to see him leave, who might have spent time with him when he was in town?
Or someone else who got kicked out too.
Or that.
Not that I can think of. And he sort of goes over to ye old medieval filing cabinet. No. But basically, like, he goes and starts digging through some files. Because, this is a man who got literally kicked out of the city. They're going to have some file on him.
Yeah.
And as he's digging, he says, I don't know of any, like, friends or accomplices. I sort of got the sense that
he didn't
most
have any.
folks either didn't like him or didn't know him.
If they
made
knew
it
him, they
easier
would like him.
to get rid of him because, if no one likes you, no one's upset when you are gone.
Value added
Makes
is
sense.
0.
But, I mean, I guess, and he finds the file and he starts flipping through it. He just, I mean, I guess, and I don't know why you think he's involved, but if he is, my first instinct would be he got pissed that we kicked him out.
I mean, that makes sense.
Did he
Alright, one
seem
more
mad
question
when he
before
left,
I...
though?
I mean, he wasn't exactly happy about it. I mean, like, considers for a moment, flips through, finds some notes, reads over them, and then looks back up and says, and then sort of turns it to you because this particular page isn't something particularly concerning. Says that, I mean, what I have here, look, it's been a little while, but what I have here says that, yeah, he wasn't pleased. It was less about, like, him wanting to stay in Hupperduke and more about him thinking that other people should agree with him. I don't know if you've met folks like that where it's like the very I'm right and screw all of you who disagree with me. But
I've
a
met
few
one.
times.
I
feel
can
like
think of somebody.
I'll go off or something, because
And if any of you look over the notes he turned around, it's basically a report that on an incident, which presumably is the final incident that got Stalmas kicked out. He had made some sort of device that, while not large, had run a bit of a muck in the middle of one of those evening parties.
Oh no.
And several people had actual wounds that had to be treated
no.
as a result of this incident.
We definitely shouldn't tell him about the thing.
At which point, it was decided that this was not the first incident, that Stalmast was no longer welcome to remain in Hupperduke.
I've got one more question before we waste any more of your time. I assume, since this was several years ago, any property he had would be long sold off, but do you know maybe an old house? Anything that... anywhere he might have stayed? Still around?
I don't think so. I mean, he took, some of his physical property with him. But as far as I know, home and workshop sold off, converted for other uses.
Makes sense.
I don't know that there'd be anything there to find. But considers. There are a few people. There are a few people who knew him, but no one who really liked him. So I don't know how well anyone actually knew the man,
That makes sense. Sounds like the type not to have a lot of friends.
Yeah, when
know.
when being a friend might get you stabbed by some strange mechanical contraption, you tend to lose any friends you make pretty quickly.
I would imagine. Oh. At any rate, I think that's very helpful. Thank you for your time, Watchmaster.
Of course.
We'll let you
Keep
know
me
when we have
updated.
something more concrete.
It's appreciated.
That Yinra, she having any better luck?
Haven't heard from her much. I take it you ran into her.
That's one way of putting it. Friendly sort, isn't she?
For coin or the right person, she can be reasonably friendly, but I suspect he looks at you for a long moment. Maybe she saw you as competition.
Can't imagine why.
He chuckles. She hasn't really reported in, but that's not unusual. She's not here all the time, but when she does do work for us, tends to be does the work and then shows up at the end with the results type of person.
Makes sense.
That said, she's perhaps more familiar with the area than you lot, so less likely to need information in the middle of something. But if Stallmust is involved, that's good to know.
Big maybe, but
if you confirm it, regardless of the result of bringing Zabris back, just let me know. That will be one of those things that, with some confirmation, I could give you some extra coin on.
Will do. Thank you.
He nods. He picked up last night that you like coin. Back to the Firemark facility. After you wait for longer than you'd like, but not so long that you want to start a riot, another gnome comes out. He looks cranky. Like, this doesn't require an insight roll. This is a man who is not pleased to be disturbed. And he looks at you. I hear you were looking for some information.
Yeah.
You may need to audit your security practices at your facility because we have reason to believe that somebody has been using blasting powder illegally. And unless you have some other alternate source of revenue where you're selling the stuff on the side to banish. Or no, actually, hold on. Did we know we get banished? I don't know if we got banished.
We know that yet.
We knew that now. To disgraced inventors.
Yeah.
I think that we might be able to help one another.
I'm not aware of any missing powder. What are you talking about?
You heard the explosion the other night over at the prison?
Most of us did.
Yeah.
Half the city heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it turns out someone is breaking prisoners of war out of prison using blasting powder. Now, I'm pretty sure that's kind of a Hupperdook specialty. Isn't too common used by folks on the other side of the Ashkeeper Peaks, if you get what I'm saying. So how is it then that a prisoner of war being held in Hupperdook is freed using blasting powder? So either you've got someone on your payroll who's doing a little side dealing, or your inventory isn't particularly well managed.
I don't take too kindly to your insinuations.
Trying to hide.
I'm just, it's a hypothesis. The best way to test a hypothesis is to prove it wrong. So
We're trying to help you out by, if we can eliminate this avenue of inquiry, then.
right. Now, I understand trade secrets. I just want to get to the bottom of this particular situation.
Come on. He gestures you to follow him, and no wandering off. Let me go check the ledger.
Oh, I certainly wouldn't wander off anywhere in here. This stuff is dangerous.
And he leads you past the guard.
I'm going to look over at Esri when he's not looking at us, and it's like, look at everything quietly so that he can't hear.
Roll me like a stealth check, I guess.
Sure. Okay.
You also know she has the message cantrip.
I don't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to say that would be a whole 5.
Oh, no.
And so if he turns around, I'm like, and I see him turn around when I say that to her,
I'm just hiding behind a piece of paper.
I would follow up looking at him and say, anyone until they've been able to provide some sort of evidence otherwise could be suspect. And I squint at him, and I mean everyone.
Roll me a deception
Wow.
check.
Can I just do it like
Feels even more
guidance?
uncomfy.
Was that a nat 20? 22? Okay.
I'm much better at lying than I am at...
He considers you for a moment and then grumbles, but continues to lead you on through the place. And eventually you reach a office, and he pulls up the ledgers. He looks through them and says, well, all of our powder's accounted for. And the guards out there, they don't let just anybody in.
your stock and your inventory that you have matches your ledgers, but you've just looked at the ledgers. We haven't looked at your stock to
Have you
see
actually?
how often do you reconcile your ledger?
Every morning. First thing we do.
Practice.
That way, if anything happens overnight, we know about it. Now, right now, we're pretty cautious. I know you got the Kryn over there, and we need the work we do to get somewhere with it. So, I find it highly unlikely that anybody could slip in here without appropriate authorization and both acquire blasting powder and get out with it and then somehow fix our books.
That all does seem to be a bit of a stretch of the imagination. If you don't mind,
Appropriate authorization.
yeah.
Basically, you have to work here to come in here without a proper escort.
I mean, your guard at the front door was very good at her job of keeping people who aren't authorized outside of the facility.
Good.
Now, if I would imagine that you're very familiar with the effects of blasting powder, the symptoms and evidence it leaves behind when it's used. If you don't mind, I'd like to conjure up a small illusion of some evidence that we found at the scene in hopes of getting your very experienced opinion. It's not something that I've dealt with personally, so our hypothesis that blasting powder is involved stemmed mostly from the strong smell and the soot, but perhaps a second, more informed opinion can help us with our investigation. And I wouldn't want to cast anything without.
Yeah, he considers you for a moment and then gives a nod.
Okay, so I'll do a conjuration to actually conjure up a replica of the Vox Seeker, and then I'll do a series of minor illusions showing the scenes of like blast markings and things like that we saw at the prison.
He looks it all over and does look like blasting powder. You're not wrong there. Thing is, it doesn't come from here. That's a bit strange. All our workers are accounted for, except for one. I mean, she's accounted for, just not here.
She on sick leave or something?
Yeah, she's been real sick.
Just from the background as she's writing.
Name's Nima Cinerid. Real good crafter. And also a good supplier of materials. But about 3 weeks ago, she fell ill.
And has been gone since.
Yeah, she's been in her house.
Okay.
Few of her coworkers, few of the folks here have tried to visit her. And he looks like really concerned. She won't let anyone in, though. Bit worried about her, honestly.
So nobody's actually seen her?
No, they've heard her. You know, she's responded through the door. Sounded pretty rough, but...
Do you think she might let a doctor in?
Considers...
I happen to be one.
I mean, maybe. I'd assume a doctor's been by, but...
Never hurts to get a second opinion.
Possibly?
If you'd like, I could go take a look.
If he considers you for a long moment and says, "Look, you're willing to go take a look on her. I'm really worried about her. Like, he looks a bit like he looks genuinely upset. Like, that's not a insight roll thing. Like, he really looks like he's really quite upset about this. She's always been a good worker, and it's hard keeping on schedule without her. And folks around her like her. So, you willing to go check on her? I can give you a small bag of powder. Might help in your apparent investigation. Not enough to do any real damage, of course, but just something to thank you for the effort.
Of course.
And if as you are clearly agreeing.
Yeah. It
Oh,
would
yeah.
be my pleasure and my solemn charge as a practitioner of the medical arts to,
Trying to see if I can. Okay, it's not in there. It looks like. No. Okay. So he will give you a small sack of blasting powder. This, when ignited with an open flame or a fuse, it explodes. Understandably. Any creature within 5 feet of the explosion must make a DC 13 Dex save. And if you need to ask this later, feel free. But DC 13 Dex save, or takes 3d6 bludgeoning damage on the failed save, or half on a successful. If you manage to get multiple bags, which he is not offering, and explode them at the same time, then each additional pouch increases the damage by 1d6 and the radius by 5 feet.
Okay.
So this is enough to do some damage to people, but not enough to blow up a wall.
Right. But certainly enough for us to track and investigate by sense and other such through various means.
Yes. You could probably make Daisy sniff the blasting powder. He wouldn't like it, but he could sniff it.
He could, yeah.
Right.
Or maybe
a
Cyrillus. I don't know if
person
Cyrillus has sense tracking abilities, but if he
I'm
does,
not
she
gonna
does,
shove a
sure.
bag of blasting powder in Cyrillus's face and say, "Smell this." I'm going to think of it and then probably slyly say it to the side, but I'm not gonna actually do it.
She then gives you directions to her house.
Okay.
Which is up here to the north of Lower Hupperdew.
Okay.
Not quite all the way north, but pretty far north.
Okay.
And unless you have any further questions for him, we'll escort you back out of the facility.
I think she seems like our best.
I think that went rather well.
I might have one more question. Have you ever made the acquaintance of a tinker by the name of Huron Stallmast?
Thanks for a minute. Name's vaguely familiar. Haven't heard in a while though.
Yeah. He was banished for testing his
You don't know that.
on the.
You don't know banished.
Damn it. Okay. He was known for stealing inventions.
Oh yeah, there were a few incidents with him. I don't know.
Did he ever express any interest in your operations or the facility?
I mean, I would say
Did he
about
ever
as
do
much
any work?
as most inventors might. They sometimes want things to explode, or sometimes things just explode, I think. But sometimes they want to make things intentionally explode.
Right. But he wasn't sniffing around all suspicious like.
No. That wasn't. I wouldn't say specifically interested in what we do.
All right.
He occasionally asked about getting some powder, but even back then, when we weren't so worried about the war, we were pretty cautious about giving more than small amounts out. So, yeah. So once he had one explosion that caused a little problem, didn't get much more.
I appreciate you taking time out of your very busy schedule. And I appreciate your forthrightness, and I would like to apologize. My manner may seem a little combative, but I've found that a heightened level of suspicion and just a little bit of attitude can sometimes reveal things that people would rather not be wished revealed. But I think I don't want to speak for the others, but we're all more than happy to look into Nima's welfare and report back to you as soon as we have any information.
Please do.
Absolutely.
Really am worried about her. She's just must be real sick. And by the way, her name I'm going to type into the corner.
Fantasy names are hard to spell.
Yeah.
Aha. At least so the
Yeah,
first
it's
name,
like
right?
always just best to just Her first
type
name is
it,
pretty easy, but her last name's a little bit
I
fun.
was almost there.
Yeah, well, it's one of those like really, I feel like, I mean, I haven't heard Matt pronounce it, but I assumed it was pronounced how it was spelled.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, do you guys is everyone heading to the Blushing Tankard?
Do we want to swing
Or do you want to go by
by
Nima's first?
Nima's first?
It's down here, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is going to save a whole trek up and down. I mean, even if just to poke our noses in a little bit, if we have to come back with some muscle, because I'm pretty sure that our muscle is all.
We did not bring the muscle.
No, well,
The muscle all
our
left.
muscle is staring out into the space a little bit on our badger.
Bring one muscle.
Oh, that's true.
That's true. We did.
She was so quiet, I forgot she was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's daydreaming or something. You're not quite sure what she's.
She may have maybe she stayed outside with Daisy because Daisy didn't want to go into the place with the smell.
That's fair. She probably waited outside with Daisy.
Yeah.
Daisy may not even have been able to fit through the door.
Yeah, no, that's possible.
How big is Daisy? Medium size, right?
Yeah, not.
If Daisy couldn't fit through a door, then Sterling couldn't fit through a door either.
I mean, probably could fit through a door, but probably like the halls of this place are very much built for gnomes.
Mm-hmm.
I
feel totally
so like Westcott.
Yeah, Westcott is definitely.
Guild is not having a good time.
Yeah.
Neither is Sterling.
I feel like a lot of the other buildings are at least not like. Haku, stop it. Too bad. He's trying to wrestle me.
Yeah. Inappropriate time, Haku.
But he, they're all built for gnomes, but some of them at least acknowledge the fact that tall folk exist. This place does not particularly acknowledge the fact that tall folk exist. It was very much built for small folk. So Westcott has a challenge. Esri, to a lesser degree, because she is fairly small.
Mm-hmm.
And takes up a little less space. Daisy would probably feel a little cramped in here, especially with floor mounted on him.
Right. Yeah. I don't like it here. I should really try and avoid pissing off anyone particularly powerful.
That would be a good idea.
That would be good.
All right, so you head north.
Yeah.
Did other
if I
group
can't
have
see it.
anything else they wanted to do while they were out and about?
I think Guild was ready to just go up and wait.
All right.
I don't know about.
Oh.
All right, so they head up, but so I'll continue with this group until they're ready to head up. So you head north to the end of the Iron Lot and approach a humble abode you are directed to. There's a green painted wooden walls, and they're streaked with dirt washed down by the rain. A sign hanging on the door reads, "Sickness within. Do not disturb." Curtains at the windows all appear to be closed.
Is it a standalone building or is it part of a larger multi?
It's a standalone house. So like, it's not like it's connected to the others. It's just amongst some other houses.
I'll go up and kind of knock on the door.
Okay. So you knock, and there is no answer.
Huh. Okay.
Knock again, just be like, Nima, Cinnamon? Anyone home?
On the second knock, you hear stay. You should stay away. It's I'm sick. Don't want you to catch it.
Yes, that's why I'm here. My name is Dr. Lando Cavalcanti. I was sent by your boss over at the flame, whatever that factory was. I'm blanking.
Fire market.
Fire market. Thank you. He's quite concerned for your welfare, and I happen to be in the area.
I don't think you can. And Westcott. And
can I tell if this?
I was just gonna say, as soon as Westcott goes with this Dr. Lando, I didn't quite catch the last name. I'm gonna use disguise self to make myself look like a very generically looking basically like a gnome dressed in scrubs.
Okay. So
trying not to cough.
Westcott, you and you alone. This voice is nervous. And also not a female gnome.
Okay. I'm guessing the coughing sounds fake too, because I am pretty good at actual medicine. Actually.
Yeah. So this just almost everything about this ring's fake. It's reasonably well done. So like Terwin and Esri don't catch the fakeness of it. But you do, and you recognize that.
I know it's
yeah, this is both not a female gnome and also not a sick person.
Bullshit.
Yeah. And they continue to just tell you to go away.
Are you sure I come in and take a, quick examination, just put some minds at ease. Can I probably have like a scrap of paper, just write like definitely lie and pass notes.
Yeah, the voice
like,
can
gesture like go around the back.
Yeah, the voice continues to deny you entry. And the door is locked if you check it.
Well, I'm definitely saying we should not be. Who knows who's inside or what's inside? So this is we should all be here for this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to poke at it, we can poke at it.
Do we want to just see if there's a back door or something?
Are there windows, with curtains drawn or shutters or how?
There are windows and the curtains are drawn. If you walk around the building a little bit, there is also there is also a side door, also locked if you check. But all the windows have curtains drawn. You can't see in from outside.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to detect any magic unless the windows were open.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, can I do it, but... Huh? I don't know, could I do detect magic?
Detect magic. Let me pull up the spell.
Because if there's any like magic on the locks, I would
Yeah.
like tinting the windows with their curtains.
Yeah, so okay.
Go ahead
Well,
and do
spells
it,
can penetrate most barriers, blocked by 1 foot of
Yeah.
stone, 1 inch of common metal, or a sheet of lead, or 3
Yeah, it
feet
says
of
by
wood or
like
dirt.
objects you can see and stuff like that. So I wasn't sure.
Let's see.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's weird. See the presence within 3 foot of you, but also can penetrate most barriers.
Yeah. So it says you can see a faint aura around any visible creature or object, but...
Yeah, that's what I meant,
Yeah.
visible.
Yeah.
Right.
But
I think the idea
I've
is
always-
like if it's
yeah.
in a lockbox or something, you can still
Yeah.
get an aura.
Like
So
there is magic here, you just can't.
So you throw up detect magic. No, the locks seem to just be locks as far as you can tell. The curtains seem to just be curtains. There's nothing obviously magical about anything that you can see.
Take care of these locks.
They just don't want you to come inside, whoever they are.
Well, we'll let you be for now.
We'll probably be by later to bring a evening meal for you. Hope you take care.
More coughing and a sort of, thank you.
Back to the tavern. Yeah, I think once we're kind of far enough away, be like, okay, so that's not a female gnome, not sick, 100% lying.
Right.
Also, the locks aren't magical. I can handle that.
Okay.
But we should probably come back with the others.
Yeah.
All right.
I suspect that Fleur asks something about, whether or not the actual gnome is okay. But,
Oh yeah, he's fine. Whoever's in there, he, she, they, not she probably, but.
I think Miss Fleur is referring to Nima herself.
Oh, actually, Nima. Yeah. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah. Hopefully she's okay.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of working theories. We'll see how it's all going to shake out. Hopefully the others were able to discover some additional information.
But that seems like a pretty good lead.
So daisy chain back up the side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you head back up with the daisy chain Mark II.
While they're daisy chaining, we would have been like trying to get some more information in the tavern.
Yeah, and if group that is up in the tavern wants to do some of that, we can turn to that while you daisy chain your way. Well, both while you talk to not Nima and also while you daisy chain your way back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bar and just sit down and wait for one of them to notice because Fields is tall.
Yeah, so the gnome that you haven't really talked to much comes by and asks, "What can I get you?"
A drink and a story, maybe.
What? I'm not much one for tales. What kind of story?
Not so much a tale as curiosity. See, I don't know if you heard that we're doing a bit of work for the Crown's Guard around here, but just wondering if you've heard any rumors about maybe Huron Stallmast? Might have been a few years ago.
Considers. Then you say it might have been a few years ago, and he says, "Oh,
I hear he was kicked out of town. Messy
yeah,
stuff.
yeah." He wasn't too keen on being much of a team player.
That's what I'm hearing.
What are you looking for on him?
Mostly wondering if he got his way back into town somehow without somebody noticing, or if there's anyone around who might have helped him.
Haven't heard of him being spotted. That kind of story you'd think would get around, but you never know. Maybe. I suppose you could ask. Any idea why he'd be here?
Well, sounds like he's a bit of a troublemaker, and if I had to guess, making trouble.
Fair enough. Haven't heard anything about him up here. Certainly hasn't shown up. Haven't seen him. There is this. I hate to suggest visiting a different inn, but down in Lower Hupperduke, there's the Soot Swallow Lodge. If he's been wandering around down there, maybe someone's heard about him there.
Soot Swallow.
Yeah, I mean, look, so most people in Hupperduke come up here at night, right? It's a big party. Everyone has a great time. We drink, we have fun. Down in Lower Hupperduke, Soot Swallow is, more lively during the day. Because there's the builders and the makers and the folks down there that need somewhere to grab a bite to eat without having to come all the way up here, right?
Makes sense.
At night, at night, the people who go there are probably the ones who are less savory. So that could be, if there was a rumor of someone not allowed in town who is in town, that might be somewhere that would know. Wouldn't recommend staying there or
no
spending the evening there, but stopping by for some information, perhaps.
The rooms here are pretty comfortable. Don't see any reason to change things up now.
Good to hear. Yeah, so beyond that, I mean, don't know of him having any friends. He wasn't much of one for the social life. Unless, I saw him sometimes with, things back for a long moment. A couple times with Tinkertop. And other folks in that line of work, right? Never more than a couple. Yeah. Never more than a couple times, though. It seemed like, I don't know if they got tired of him or if he decided they weren't worth his time, but doubt they were friends.
Doesn't seem that he has many, or had.
Any.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It was news when he got kicked out, more because most people don't get kicked out of Hupperduke.
Can't imagine why. I mean,
because anyone really
it's such
missed
a
him.
Fun place.
Yeah,
seems pretty accepting.
Yeah, I mean, a couple times he was. Look, during the parties, there's a lot of anything goes, right? Well, he tended to take that to mean literally anything goes. And sometimes that meant, let's see how this weird toy I made might work in a big crowd. That tends to drive away any friends you might make.
I can imagine. You mind telling me where we find this Soot Swallow?
Oh yeah. So if you head back down, and he starts to describe the location, it is actually not too far from where the other group just was. It's a little bit more to the east.
Okay. I'm gonna circle it so I don't forget.
Absolutely.
Well, I think my friends should be back any time now, so if you don't mind, and I'll lay down a gold. Just some drinks for everyone as they come in.
You got it. He takes the gold and returns shortly with drinks for the three of you.
Just water's fine.
Yeah, if you speak up quickly enough, he'll bring you water instead of alcohol.
Just water.
Turilla seems confused by booze. Or intrigued. I'm not quite sure what that gesture was.
You drink it, and you hope you have a better reaction than Ezri.
Yeah.
And yeah, not too long after that round comes out, the others return up and enter.
I'll wave them over.
And as once they come in, they too are delivered drinks of the drinks of their choice.
Water.
Yeah, I feel like
Ezri has learned.
Uh-oh.
We can
no
play
way of bringing her anything. She's just like, water, please.
And then she prestidigitates it to taste better than something, but definitely not alcohol.
So,
Full on ginger ale.
tell me a little bit more about yourself, Dr. Cavalcanti.
Oh.
You're a doctor?
That's a favorite of mine.
Why am I not surprised?
Depends entirely on who you talk to. Yes. I mean, I am actually sort of.
How are you sort of a doctor? Either you're a doctor or you're not a doctor.
Have you met him? You haven't met him. Never mind.
No. Actually, they met earlier today.
I don't
we
think
have
so.
met, but.
So, anything useful?
Yes. I think, hopefully. Suspicious, certainly.
Got a little bit of that. Apparently, our dear idea thief was kicked out of town for setting his creations loose in the middle of large crowds.
Somehow I'm not surprised, and I've only known about him for a day.
Yeah, that actually doesn't surprise me.
I'm smelling motive
Yeah.
They're all,
and black powder.
And
And lunch.
Yeah, lots
Away
of
from my
that.
hands.
Westcott just kind of like says, "Oh, that is gonna linger." Yes, we found didn't actually find a sick gnome who's not.
Oh, why is that relevant?
Well, as the fire mark black powder refinery factory, whatever, has a employee who has been sick for the past week in her home.
A few weeks.
Dreadfully sick.
Okay.
A few weeks, yeah.
Ezra's been sick her whole life. Is that relevant?
I mean, considering
Yeah,
it's someone
different
in the
kind of
Firemark
sick.
factory.
Yeah. Except we went to that home, and that's not who we talked to. We talked to someone who they tried. They tried.
That's interesting.
But
What did they try?
tried to convince me that they were sick and a female gnome, and they were neither of those things.
Not a gnome or not a female or not either one.
I didn't
Yes.
actually see them, so I'm not sure. Yes,
Probably.
all of those probably. Definitely not sick.
Well, that sounds like something worth looking into.
And refused to let us in. So.
If
It's very suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. If the blast gaffer's records are as
The what?
it's the guy who's in charge of the blasting powder.
Oh.
the stuff that makes explosions that doesn't require magic, just a little bit of fire.
Okay.
Gnomes are up to some real interesting stuff.
Seems like it.
If they haven't had any go missing, but one of their best crafters has been under the weather for 3 weeks, my guess is that
She may have had some in her home.
But none are
see,
missing.
if she
Or
was
she's
actually
making some
sick,
and not giving it
Yeah.
to them.
she's making some, but I'm guessing that it's under duress.
Yeah.
That Stallmast is in town looking to get revenge on the people who kicked him out somehow, or whatever, or maybe or he's the patsy and he's just being used for his
maybe
inventions
someone
and his connections.
Bought, yeah.
Yeah.
So
and
you
he
guys
just gets to blow stuff up.
just left? Do you think this is related and you just left?
We wanted to come back with backup. In case
Yeah.
you hadn't noticed, we're physical
Not
confrontation
very good at
is
sneaking.
Not, oh, I'm pretty good at sneaking.
Right.
I'm just not
It's
good
the
at physical
stabbing part,
confrontation.
I am
or the being
I'm good at the
stabbed that we're
stabbing
not
part.
good at.
I'm averse to being stabbed.
Yeah.
Well, then let's go back now.
Allergic,
I
one
don't
might
mind
say.
being stabbed.
I
Yeah.
think the sooner we go back, the better.
That's worrying.
Right.
Don't want them to run off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if
Wow.
this all doesn't pan
You-
out, then at least I got a lead on another place we might look for some information.
Yeah, I think this is more pressing. I imagine you have spooked them.
The sooner we get
Well,
back
that's
there, the
good.
better.
I'm a pretty good liar, so
Hey, he's pretty good. I was convinced. I mean,
yeah. Thank you.
But they still didn't let you in.
right.
Well, they're not going to let him in
Didn't
if
sound like
they
were
don't
letting
need a
anyone in.
doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That would blow the entire cover if
Yeah,
this
but
is
you
cover.
came with company.
Gilda's just gonna chug his drink really quick and go, all right then, let's go
Let's
make some
go."
trouble.
It's just water.
Esri chugs her water.
I think most of the headache's gone away.
What is it?
Yeah, I feel like at this point Esri is probably feeling mostly okay.
Yeah. Well,
get
mostly
a seven
compared
to
to
go.
Esri normally.
Right. Yeah, like mostly normal Esri as opposed to hungover Esri.
It didn't have to climb a mountain, so that
Yeah.
helps.
Like last time you said, let's go make some trouble. It ended up more trouble than it was supposed to be. But sure, why not?
I'm
Coming
laughing
from
at
you.
Kia.
Well, are we going? Oh, I'm
All
going.
right.
Yeah.
So you head back out
Yeah.
of the blushing tankard. And back to go down.
Might quietly request help from Sterling again.
Oh. I mean, yeah, you can ride again. It's fine.
Thank you very much. sorry to be a bother. I'm very not good at
It's
cliffs.
You know, I've heard there's a spell. I mean, there's like flying, but that lets you float gently down. I wonder if there's any rules about like leaping off the cliff and then casting it on your way down, and whoever casts it last wins.
That
Do you think
sounds
there's
like a spectacularly bad idea, and I think I like it.
Do you think there's like
Oh.
secret underground betting circles for that sort of thing?
I honestly wouldn't be surprised. You would be
Probably.
amazed what people will bet on.
See, cliffs can be fun.
Ezri seems to be like trying to like calculate some like mathematics for like the exact moment you'd need to do that, depending
Right.
on the height of the cliff.
Esri would
I'd
be real,
imagine-
actually surprisingly good at
Esri
this
is
game.
the
Yeah.
lady with the math.
Yeah.
They got like little mind
I
palace,
can
like
fall very slowly.
So considering how heavy you probably are.
that would also factor into it. Yes.
Yeah. Weight would likely be a factor.
Not for me,
I'm
it
sure if
would.
we make our way up to Rex and Trum, there's probably some underground. Or Port Damali. Actually, Port Damali is probably the place.
I suppose it'd be less the weight
Falling,
and
gambling.
more any
Yeah.
sort of shear in the wind.
Anyway,
So basically,
moving
Esri
on.
would be terrifying in that kind of a competition.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
I mean, you just seem like the kind of person that would just rocket to the ground, and just when everyone thinks you're gonna splatter yourself all over the rocks, you just land perfectly because your brain is doing that thing.
Yeah, like you don't
that it
need
does.
a strong constitution or a strong arm to hurl yourself off of a cliff
You
and
think
to
like
cast a spell at the most precise moment.
you kind of see like the eyebrows lifting from behind the glass glare, and then just like a little bit of like blush at the end from realizing it was a compliment, but a little bit worried at the beginning about like killing herself, like looking like she's gonna splatter herself. Can be like, I don't know, I would try. Oh, thank you.
Sure, we'll go with that.
It's all a simple matter of equations and runic formulas.
Right, brain stuff.
Anyway.
All right, so we're gonna go see a
Let's go
gnome
hit a fake gnome.
about a not gnome.
How sneaky do we want to? I mean,
We should probably approach quietly,
'cause I
surround
do
the
have-
place.
I think I can help with that. I'm gonna.
Me too.
When we get
I will
close,
try
I'm
my
gonna-
best.
I do have pass without a trace, so
Okay.
That sounds
if we
useful.
want, huh?
That sounds useful.
I'll try very
I
hard.
mean, I probably wouldn't say it like that. Just
Just
be like, I can probably
Don't
help.
cough, and we should be okay.
Yeah,
It's covering her mouth.
She'll blend right in.
Shit.
that's
Dropping
true.
my
So, yeah,
dice.
once.
Oh
once we get
man, I
close-
miss Velas. I just looked at myself and got sad.
Yeah.
When we get close, I'm gonna go ahead and cast pass without a trace.
Do we want anybody invisible? Because that's a trick.
Oh, I can do that too.
No.
I can do that too.
I
That
can.
I cannot
sounds
do that.
like a
I
decent
can.
idea.
I can
So-
unlock stuff.
So should it just be the doctor and the rest of us invisible?
Potentially.
Not a bad
That's
idea.
not a
I didn't
bad
say it was
idea.
come back.
Oh, so
I
you
can hide myself.
Check on her.
Mr. Westcott, you said it wasn't actually a gnome either?
Well, I don't know if it's a gnome. That's hard to tell through a door.
I think
She thinks a moment as they're getting like closer, and then takes the spell book out, flips it open, and it just starts hovering above her hand. And she's like, "All right, Grim, give me comprehend languages, set the ritual cast, and go." And pops up that bit of arcana in like a ritual circle above it, and then just like a bunch of like runes start coming down, and just like it's like watching 10 times the speed a ritual being cast. Like it goes through the motions and then it's done, and then she's got comprehend languages up, the little flash of arcana around her head. Just in
no
case it
idea
starts
what just happened.
speaking in any languages, I might be able to hear
Any
what they're saying.
languages at all.
Exactly.
All right. Useful.
this place have more than one entrance.
Yes.
I can go in the front door.
Of
It's
course,
fine.
So, do we want to
entrance.
hit both
Someone
both
does.
entrances at once, or just cover
Like,
the back
physically hit them.
if we need to?
I was thinking
I
we
mean,
could
they're
start
not
with trying
going to open it for us.
No, I mean, I was thinking of. I would start with trying to pick the lock, and if that doesn't work, then yes, we can hit the doors.
See, I would love
I'm-
to do that, but I don't have the tools for that right now.
Well,
I
what
might be
if
able to get inside without unlocking anything or
That's-
breaking doors.
Also useful.
If
eyes on the
there's
inside?
a small enough space to fit through.
I mean, you're bigger than I am, so I'm not quite sure how
Unless you've
small
got
of a
some
space
trick
you
up your
need.
sleeve. Do you have sleeves?
I can get smaller. I can turn into animals.
That's
Oh.
useful.
That's a useful trick.
Very useful.
A polymorph. Ooh. I've never seen one in action.
She can do it. It's really cool.
Oh no, you're.
Oh, your robot.
Edry, what's
Archaea.
Sterling saying? I can't understand it.
When we get in sight of the house, I will cast
She's really
invisibility
cool.
on myself.
Okay.
But once the house is in sight and pointed out.
Mm-hmm. I can. I mean, one option. Once we have eyes inside, we can then make some further decisions. But if we need to, if you're good with locks, we can.
In theory, yes.
Yeah. We can I can make you invisible. You can go surreptitiously unlock both the doors. That way that we don't have to be violent about, also that you're not standing there in broad daylight picking a lock on a door, cuz
Yeah, if you can do that.
yeah.
That's a lot better than anything. Like, this is a game changer.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can unlock both doors. Cyrillus can go
Party
inside.
is actually really set up for infiltration.
Apparently.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got the hacker.
Actually,
you got.
And then we have the
Hacker
dual wielding
hitter,
halfling on the badger for
Right.
the muscle situation.
When things inevitably go sideways.
And the
And the centaur monk
The centaur monk and the dual wielding halfling
with
on
astral
badger.
arms.
Yeah.
Haven't seen those yet.
I can
They're
also...
the muscle. Everybody else is the.
Everyone else is the Ocean's 11.
Yeah.
All right.
I like somewhere between Ocean's 11 and Leverage.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Basically that.
All right. I'm going to just use a second level slot and just zap Westcott with it.
Okay. I'll go in.
I'll go
first,
ahead and
I
use it on
guess.
myself because I
Okay.
can.
And you can just prep the doors and Cyrillus
Yeah.
Does it last an hour?
I'll see if I can.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody turn into an animal. I mean, I've seen some wild animals, but that's like Hupperdook style.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Pass Without Trace on myself just so I don't lose
I
it
can
if I go
also-
inside out of
I can
range.
also
Westcott's
give
range.
you. I can also give you Blessing of the Trickster. It'll give you advantage on stealth.
I already
checks.
have advantage.
Okay.
I have Boots of Elvenkind.
Ooh.
Fancy, fancy.
Unfortunately, I can't do Blessing of the Trickster on myself, but that's fine.
Hmm.
If I'm
I mean-
invisible, that's.
Technically, wouldn't any boots that you're wearing be boots of the elven kind?
Well, not all boots are made by elves.
Whenever we are ready to go, I am gonna circle around the back and just stand near the back door.
Yeah.
To
So
make
I'm
sure that no
dragging-
one can get out.
I'm going in the back too.
All right. So, I moved you maps.
Can't see anything. But...
Yeah, because you don't have any tokens on the map yet.
Just roll 20 things.
I think I just accidentally drew a line.
If you want to do Blessing of the
grab-
Trickster, give it to like probably Fleur or something.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab each of you from the other map because then I already gave you a vision on the other map, or at least
Yeah.
the 4 of you that were on the other map because some of you aren't on there.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I'll if we want to do that, I'll go ahead and.
Oh, can I?
I guess with Cyrillus and.
Can the
get
4 of
board.
you? So Brendan. Well, I guess Fleur isn't actually here. Bess is no longer here. Brendan, and I, and Aaron. Can you see anything?
Nope.
Not a whole lot, but nothing at all.
Nope.
Nothing.
It's black.
Do we need to like drop a token to see anything?
I did drop a token. That's why I'm annoyed.
Ah. Yeah, nothing.
Let me see your settings again. Advanced dynamic lighting. You've got vision. You should have vision. I'm gonna let you emit light and see if that helps.
Nothing at the moment.
Okay, hold on. 20, damn you!
No.
Yeah.
Fucking dynamic lighting too. Ugh.
Well, no,
Yeah,
dynamic lighting
it's
is
cool,
off.
but
A fog of war.
Hold on. Dynamic lighting is off, so maybe that's the problem. Advanced.
Damn fog of war.
50. No,
Yeah,
it's not
gotta
fog of
check
war.
fog.
It's not fog of war. It's I'd given you light. I'd given those tokens vision in dynamic lighting, which has changed.
Yeah.
But not in
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm giving and I'll add the rest of you in a second, but this is gonna take a couple minutes.
No worries.
Because
I
tried.
will be right back. I will run to the bathroom.
That's true. Let's see.
Because the answer is that the Sterling is very large. Oh, because that's because you were sized for that other map. This is a very small map. So you all should actually be very large.
Giant Terwin.
Brr.
Ah!
I would be like, if I was twice my size, I'd be like 5 feet tall.
Yeah. So we're gonna mostly this is a small house, so it's gonna be a little bit weird.
That's true.
Because the map doesn't have a ton of extra space on it. Save. Sterling should now see.
Yes. At least part of the map.
Yeah,
Can't see everything. Yeah.
That makes sense.
We
don't think. Yeah. Okay. And that just leaves Westcott, who needs a token. Boop. Okay, that's awkward as fuck. I dropped Westcott on top of the compass rose. And it was like Westcott merged with a compass rose. It was weird. Because like the map overlaid the compass rose on top
there we
of
go.
Westcott. Okay. So now all of you have at least some vision.
Yes.
You can position yourself generally where you want to be. There is the main door is up here.
Okay.
There is also a side door right by where Sterling is. And then there are a few windows, one here, one over here, one down here. And I think there's one right next to Westcott as well.
Okay.
And just for this.
Seeing. So by the front door. Uh-oh. Am I the only... Oh, I see. Okay. I'm not used to the player view of maps.
Yeah.
Like, why do I not have an omniscient view of everything?
Dang. Oh.
Because you're not.
I'm not the DM.
So is it just Westcott and Terwin up front and
So
everyone
I
else
think-
by the back?
well, I don't
Gilda's
know if I
gonna
should-
circle around to the back and go invisible.
Okay, yeah.
I
So
don't know if I should
there's only the 2 doors. So there's that door and
Okay.
that door. So if Guild
I can only see this little corner like right here, so I didn't know if we were pointing to something else.
If you want, I can start with the back door. I guess do you guys want me to unlock the side door first? Start with the side door and then come around to the front?
I mean, either way.
Yeah.
Either.
I'm gonna stay here and guard this door.
Don't
I'll
feel
start, yeah. Hmm?
Go ahead. If it doesn't
I was-
work, I'm just gonna.
You know, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
go ahead.
I think Cyril.
Can
is
everyone
good.
now see
Yeah.
the whole map?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That makes it with this small a map. I think that's just gonna make it easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we can see the rooms, but nothing inside the room.
Right, because anything inside the rooms is on a different layer.
Right.
So.
And try and,
Guild vanished.
I guess. I think he's
Oh, no.
under.
Is he
He
under
is underneath
somebody?
somebody.
Where is Guild?
Oh, wait,
what I'm
no.
wondering.
Everyone's up there.
I was right there though.
Um,
Did I delete myself? I think I deleted myself when I was trying to delete my.
I like how we're all like moving.
line.
Like, is he under me? Nope, not under me.
No, I think I just.
I am
deleted
not sitting on
myself.
Guild.
Just Blood Hunter
added
things.
yourself back. I added you back, and I'm gonna give you sight in a second.
Oh, I can see.
Oh, you can. Oh, because I
can.
turned off the lighting. I turned off the lighting. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay. Because so the current version of Roll20 has like fancy dynamic lighting, and then also just like a single setting for dynamic lighting that isn't the super fancy dynamic lighting, and those two things are different. It's so weird. Anyway, so okay, so all of you are where you are.
yeah, I'll go.
You were going to try to pick a lock, Westcott?
I'm gonna try and get both of the doors before we start, just so that way.
So
if
roll
we need
me
to bust in, it's easier.
For this back door. You'll probably have to trade with Cyrillus for a minute, but roll me
I think Cyrillus is just going in.
Oh, that's
small
fair.
animal
Cyrillus
form.
could be small animal form.
Yeah, yeah.
What the fuck? Yeah.
If you're all not trying to draw attention, I want everyone to roll me a stealth check, and then
I have advantage
Westcott
for being invisible,
Plus
right?
10.
Yes, yes.
And plus 10 from passive advantage if you're within.
31.
Okay.
I mean, I cast it on myself too.
Oh, that was
so-
lucky.
Okay, that's
Does everybody have
19.
the plus 10?
Everyone, I think, except for maybe Terwin, because he's up there.
Let me double check the range.
It's 30 feet.
This
I
is a
think.
new spell for me. It is 30 feet, so.
Cool. So 33.
Well, so I'd be up here by the door.
Yeah, you'd be in range of Terwin, so all of you have it.
So yeah, everyone gets plus 10.
Apparently, Sterling is very quiet.
Stealth.
I mean, unless someone rolls really poorly, I am suspecting that with Cast Without a Trace, you're all probably going to be okay.
I mean, I rolled a 19 anyway, so.
29. Thank you, Pass Without Trace.
Someone roll for Fleur.
Oh. I can, I guess.
Fleur, stealth.
Probably not high.
Yeah. Well, she might be a dex fighter.
I think she might be a dex fighter. So I don't know.
Plus 4.
Plus 4? Okay.
Okay.
So
That's what Sterling is too.
26.
Yeah, she is indeed a dex fighter.
Okay.
Okay, so 26. All right. And then Westcott, roll me a lockpicking check.
Okay, that's just dex plus proficiency because I have thieves' tools.
Yeah, dex plus proficiency.
So that's a plus 6. Nice. That is a dirty 20.
All right. So you very quietly and stealthily unlock this door without much difficulty at all.
A minute since I've had to do it, but and I'll come around to the front.
And then you head around to the front and roll me another one.
Not quite as good, but that's 17.
Okay. Yeah, so this one's a little bit trickier, but you do. Yeah, it takes you like a tiny bit longer, but you do manage to also click this lock open.
So I can go in and do distraction if everyone else wants to go in the other way.
I can also do distract if we want to do distraction on this door while the others.
Right. But you can't do anything much beyond opening up doors while you're invisible. That's the trick.
I mean, I could also drop the invisibility. We could also drop the invisibility.
You know, I only get so many of those per day. Don't waste it.
But
But do what you feel is
I mean, I'm more useful
don't
when
waste
I'm
it.
intensely visible.
Intensely
Usually.
visible.
Intensely visible.
Intense visibility is a thing.
I am
Kind of my
so
strength.
visible.
I mean, I can just knock on the door and.
Yeah, you can knock on the door without losing invisibility.
I'm gonna be that like gnome in Scrubs that I was before. And I'm going to have my conjuration be a picnic basket.
Okay.
We brought back lunch just like we said.
Picnic basket.
Picnic
What are you
basket.
doing?
Picnic.
Why are you being weird?
All right. So here is
I'll
the
stay
question
invisible
I
for
have
now.
for all of. Well, actually, no. Let's go ahead and go with this. Okay. So you knock on the door, and
We brought
probably
you lunch like we said.
you
I
hear
say
the
it loud
same.
enough so that the people around the side can hear.
Yeah. So just for the sake of it, let's go ahead and do an initiative roll.
Oh hell.
Is Cyrillus going in?
It's I think.
Ooh! That's
Oh,
good.
yeah.
I never rolled this well on Velis.
We were technically going to wait for Cyrillus to actually investigate
Yeah,
before
and
we
it's
really
Cyrillus.
go in. All right. So
I mean, we can still be a distraction up front.
I accidentally
Whoa.
dragged an extra sterling onto the map, so just ignore that. And
This is my astral projection. Timber, I can't do full body yet. I can't do full body yet.
And if you guys would just do the thing that Kristen did, which is roll it in roll 20 and then update your thing, so I don't have to
Oh,
deal
heck.
with
I
giving you all
forget
turns.
how to
'cause
roll it.
Yep.
You just
Hit
go to
initiative
whatever
and-
character sheet you have, and you don't have to have anything in there because you're going to put your own thing in.
Clicked that.
That just makes my life easier because I always forget how to
There we
add
go.
turns in roll 20. Mostly because I don't do it very often, so
Come
I
on.
don't have any.
There we go. Nope. Let me.
Heck,
Is
I don't
Westcott?
remember
Is
how
it
to
giving
do
you difficulty,
this.
Westcott?
Yeah.
What?
There we go.
There you go.
I don't think I've. Oh, here we go.
You don't have to
I-
have like a real. Yeah.
I just need a. Oh,
But
huh,
how do you get it to roll?
that's
Click the
You just
word.
click the word.
Yeah, you just click the word.
Oh, I was clicking the number.
technically.
Oh, good.
I rolled a 2, not a 1.
A 1 would be better in your case.
I don't know what Fleur's. I can't click on Fleur's token.
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, hold
okay,
on.
no, that's not 3 minus 1. That's 3 plus 2. I've initiative
Basic.
5.
Oh, I know where to give it. Okay, hold on. Let me give you control for now.
This is not my life cleric who has initiative of -2.
Okay, you should now have control of Fleur.
Okay.
Since you're the one running her right, Jaegering her right now.
I at least know how to run a cavalier. So.
Yeah, I think that's probably why you're Jaegering her, honestly.
Okay.
All right. So, let me make these ordered. All right. So, you guys knock on the door and call out. And this is just for like the sake of having it all done. And after a little bit, you hear coughing and a return to basically telling you once again to just go away because they don't want you to get sick.
I'll be a wild shape into a field mouse and try and slip under the door.
Okay. Roll me. What would you roll for that? I guess a dex? It's not going to be hard for a field mouse. It's just, something.
Yeah, let me check this. Wild shapes. Okay. I forget wild shapes work with this.
I have played a druid exactly once, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I played
Same.
Alva for not very long.
I'm just trying to, in terms of like which.
Keegan doesn't wild shape, so.
I fucked up every time I played Alva, just for the record. So.
Oh yeah,
you
you'd
don't
use the
want to
dex
ask
of the
me.
animal.
Yeah, I think it's like the dex and strength.
Yeah. It's all those
the
scores of the
physical
animal
stats,
and then the
basically.
mental stats of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then if there's like a skill bonus, I think you can use whichever one is higher.
Yeah.
Oh, if it's just a straight dex, then they have a +0. Mouse have +0. So that's a 6.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Mice are pretty easy to fit through small spaces. So mostly it was, did you roll a nat 1 and fail at mousing?
Cool.
The mouse.
It's probably a little more difficult than you expected.
The mouse.
And you like briefly get a little stuck, but then manage to like wiggle your way out and into the house. And when you do that, I'm gonna go ahead and take you inside. And you can see in this room there are several kobolds. 3 of them look fairly normal koboldy. One of them looks more heavily armed, but there are a total of about 5 kobolds in this room. None of them have spotted you because you are a tiny mouse and also have passed without a trace on you, so you are very stealthy. All right. What next? The one of the kobolds has moved to the door and is attempting to make coughing noises and tell them to stay out.
Kobold coughing noises.
Is there a window next to the door? I like.
Yeah.
You know, they're looking at this map. There isn't really. The windows are off to the side of the building.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll go ahead and knock again. I made some really delicious sandwiches, and there's some fresh hot soup in here. It's really good. My mom always told me that if I was ever sick, I should have some soup, and I brought you some soup. I can guarantee. I'm just gonna kind of keep up a litany of all these things that my mother used to tell me to get better, to make noise and to draw attention.
Yeah.
While who knows what's going on inside.
I want to try and poke around to see if there's anything behind these doors.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check. While Cyrillus does that, Tarwin, the coughing voice responds that if you really want to leave soup, you can leave it outside.
11.
All right. So you move around and you check. The doors are shut, but if you make the effort to get under them.
Yeah, that's kind of just try and like get under them, see what's behind there, go out and go to the other one.
Yeah. So this house is fairly dark, but there are a few candles lit.
I have dark vision as a mouse.
And you have dark vision, so there you go. In 2 of the 2 rooms to the south of the house, there are more kobolds. Most of the kobolds are in that main large room, but if you go in in the room down here, there are 2 more kobolds, and then 1 more in this room. This room up here is just a storage room that doesn't seem particularly exciting. Though there might be something interesting in there if you spent more time rooting around. There is no gnome. Not a single gnome in this
Yeah,
house.
and there's not like there's no like obvious like stairs or like a cellar door or anything like that.
No, as far as you can tell, this is a 1-story, no cellar home.
Right. I'm gonna go back outside
Okay.
and then just pop back up. Well, there's no gnomes inside, but there are quite a few of these lizard things.
Ah, kobolds.
There are
You
8 of
mentioned
them.
kobolds before, right? 8
Yeah.
8 kobolds.
That's a lot of sick gnomes.
So do we fuck up some sick gnomes, or do we try to get them to talk? Or fuck them up and get them to talk?
I mean, I'm
Why
up for
not
whatever.
both?
We
But I'm
don't
not very
need
good
all
at
of
getting
them to
people to
talk.
I like that plan.
Well, our goal is to find our escapee.
And she was
Yeah.
seen with a bunch of kobolds.
I do not have that spell yet.
She did that. So it's just a matter.
Would it break my invisibility to use my Crimson Right?
It's not an attack or a spell. So,
Yeah.
no. I mean, you are harming yourself, but you're not actually attacking. So,
Yeah. So
I would say no, it would not break your invisibility to use your Crimson Right.
I'm gonna draw my sword and just kind of draw a hand along it. And since it's invisible, I think there'd just be like a very brief flicker of sort of lightning in the air in that spot, and then it would disappear. And that's 3 damage to me.
Okay.
But it's lightning damage.
I like that one.
Well, if we want to incapacitate them, at least some of them, if a large amount are gathered somewhere, I can potentially do an area of effect that wouldn't burn down the building or anything like that. If we could get enough of them in a spot.
No idea what you just said.
Hurt them a great deal without hurting the building.
Sure. I sort of want to punch them.
I just don't want to hit anyone once they go in.
So
unfortunately
do
not
it
an
now if
evoker.
we're going to, I guess.
I'm not an evoker, so.
Starting to take my bow off.
Okay,
Although actually it's close quarters, so I might not do that.
I am. Oh boy.
Yeah, this
I
is
get a
very
dagger.
close quarters.
Set down off to the
Yeah.
side. Don't get in your way.
Oh.
So they don't know. I mean, they know that there's someone at the front door trying to give them food, but otherwise they don't know that any of you are here.
Might send a message, just point towards where Terwin went, and
say, Mr. Terwin, Miss Cyrillus says that there are a bunch of kobolds inside and no gnomes.
Okay. Assuming that
Did
that
I
is
see
less-
any black powder anywhere? Or
So
smell it at all?
you there's probably a little bit of a smell of it. The person who normally lives here works with it, and so there's probably bits and pieces. There is not any. There weren't any obvious signs, though the wreckage around and your scent says maybe some of the areas that were a little bit more beaten up, like where that table is broken in the corner, there might have been some black powder there. But it's not like there's like obvious amounts of black powder. It's just like sort of a scent and a little bit of residue, probably.
I'll take a step back because if we're gonna go in attacking, I am not front line.
Yeah.
I am.
I'm trying to step back also.
I am.
Mm,
Let me in.
yeah.
I'll go in after. I'll just kind of.
Mhm.
Well,
Were any of them gathered in a particular area, Miss Aurelis?
Well, there were a few of them in the front room, and then there was one in another side room, and then there was two in another side room.
All right. so the main room pointing towards this particular area up front where Taron was.
Yes.
All right.
Are we going in?
If someone can open the door, I can start us off, but I just don't want to.
I am invisible, so I'm just gonna walk up. I'm gonna slowly turn the doorknob. I'm gonna push the door and step back.
Just not. Oh.
So, assuming no one else is going to do anything immediately, Esri can do what Esri's doing because these kobolds are a bit surprised.
Okay.
Yeah.
So realizing, she's very quickly, like, the book is back, like, still hovering above her hand, and the moment she sees the door start to open, she kind of peers inside, mutters, Grim, shatter spell, change the configuration to type 6, and does a little bit of a flourish and points inside and does a shatter spell in the middle of it as best she can, and does a burst of psychic damage in there.
Okay.
Oof.
So is that a save or?
That is a save. So let me make sure of. I was saying this is a. Yeah, this is a 10-foot radius sphere, so it should hit everything in there without going outside to us. It is a DC 16 con save.
All right, so DC 16 con.
I'm gonna run in once her spell goes off.
All right. So okay.
Stabbing the name.
So the one of them makes it, the others fail.
Okay. So there's just this sudden burst of psychic energy, and they take 11. The ones who didn't save take 15 psychic damage, and the others take half.
Okay. Well, then that actually instantaneously takes out.
Yeah, how many are left?
Yeah.
So it takes out the 3 more normal-looking kobolds. And then the ones that are that relieves you with. That's not right. Oh, I see what happened. I did the math. It leaves you with the ones that are. Okay. This one is still up.
Mm-hmm.
And this one is still up. The one that's further away looks rough. But this one looks like it's made of sturdier stuff and is not looking nearly as bad.
And then upon actually seeing them, she just and quickly steps behind Cyrillus.
But these 3 are gone. Their bodies do fall. So they are still there are still kobold bodies on the map, but they are. I just removed them so we don't forget that they're dead. All right. And unless someone takes a quick action after that,
I mean,
we will go into initiative, which would make Westcott first.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I was gonna see if I can open the door.
yeah, you can open the
Slide
door
in,
without
yeah.
using your action. Yeah, you can absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, it puts the name of the thing. Oh, that's important to know.
What?
In the turn order. I thought it would just do
Yeah.
the
Oh.
icon, but it also puts the name. So if I give a name to the creatures or monsters, you see what the name is.
No, we only see our own at least.
No,
I tend to.
added.
No,
I see
added.
Cobalt Sorcerer.
I see
Yeah,
all
no,
of them.
I added that
Oh,
by
no,
hand.
oh,
I
I see.
manually added those.
Aha.
Oh, okay.
Because
Okay.
rather than tying it to an icon, I just manually add them.
Okay.
Oh. Neat.
And I just tell you what they are, because why not?
Morgan
So,
quit.
all right, so Westcott, you open the door and slip in, and then what do you do? This is right after Esri has psychic blasted 3 of the kobolds into unconsciousness, and one looks rough, and one looks fine. You know,
Sugar glass cannon.
Yeah. So, seeing the just splattered dead kobolds, take a moment to go, oh, I hate it when things get messy, and I'm gonna pull out my daggers. As I'm saying, I hate when things get messy.
Let's make it more messy.
That's what prestidigitation is for.
I don't have
It's
that
only wrecked
spell.
their minds. It's not that splattery.
Yeah. It's about to get splattery.
Yeah.
And okay, quick question, because I have not played. If I'm using the daggers because they're light, can I attack with a bonus action as well?
Yes.
Just not using
you
my
have to have
proficiency
the
bonus?
2-weapon fighting, as long as you have 2-weapon fighting. No, you don't need 2-weapon fighting. Yes.
Yeah, I just don't get
2-weapon
the
fighting lets
bonus
you have the
on the
bonus
attack.
on the
Yeah.
other one, but until
On
you
the
have
offhand
2-weapon
attack.
fighting, you can attack with both.
Yes,
Yes.
you can take
I
a
can still
bonus
attack with-
action attack.
I
with
had
your
to think
second
back
left
to
hand.
baby Velas for a minute there.
But you would not get the
All right.
proficiency bonus on the second attack.
So I'll go ahead. I'll go for. I'm assuming this is
Yeah.
a
No,
small
this is
house.
a small house. You can get across
Alright,
it in your turn.
I'll go for this one. This is the one that's
the one that's looking rough. Yeah.
looking rough. All right, I'll go for that one.
Okay.
And I get advantage because I'm invisible still.
Yeah, you're
They
invisible,
haven't
so you get
actually
advantage
done
on the first attack.
on the first attack. Well, that's a 7. That is a 16 on the first attack.
That hits.
Sweet. I'll go ahead and. Should I
Go ahead and roll
I'll
damage. Just
roll
see what.
damage. Yeah. So that is a. Hold on, because I get sneak attack. I think it's just a D6 at level. I'm just a level 1 rogue, so I think that's just a D6.
It's a D4
D
for a dagger.
extra.
No,
well,
but sneak
oh,
attack.
the
No,
extra
sneak
attack.
attack.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, extra.
Sorry.
Okay, I get an
D6.
extra D6. That is 5, 8 piercing damage.
Okay. Still up, but not
up,
looking
but-
great.
Okay. Second attack is cocked. That's not gonna. That's a 9.
That does not hit.
As I don't think that hits. Okay, cool. I am no longer invisible.
Yes, you are now standing in front of this kobold, who does
I'm
not look
gonna-
pleased.
Yeah, I can't do anything. I'll just stand. Yeah.
This is fine.
All right.
This is fine.
Guild, you
Yeah.
are up next.
We knew there were others in the side rooms, right?
Right, yeah, you know that there are 2 in the rooms below.
All right, guys, keep one alive, and I'm gonna give this one a really bad day. That's
Blood hunters are good at.
I have to check this. 24.
Yeah,
24 hit. Yeah.
Yeah, that hits.
And so, because he doesn't have full HP, he takes an extra D8 damage, plus a D8 for the sword, plus it's a D4 for my blood, my crimson right? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
level
2
2, you
D8
said?
and a
Yeah.
D4. So that's 16 damage to this guy,
Okay.
one of which is lightning damage.
All right. So takes damage. And looking rough, but definitely having a better day so far than the other one.
All right. And I'm just gonna stay right there in his face.
Okay. Cyrillus and Ezri, what are your initiatives? Or what are your dexes?
+2.
+3.
Okay, so Cyrillus, you can go first.
Yep. So I'll probably just step over back into the doorway. And since Sterling has not made it inside just yet, we'll basically look towards the one that Westcott is by and hold out her hand and basically burst into flame, which then coalesces into this ball of fire in her hand, and she throws it at the source, the one in the back there. It's a total of 12.
To hit?
Yes.
Does not hit.
Okay.
That your turn?
Yes, unless nobody's taking any damage, so.
Okay.
I actually need to put my HP in here. Because I forgot.
Oh, I should give you guys the ability to see.
I hate it when it's green. I don't want the green bar. There we go.
No, that one is.
You don't want the green bar. What bar did you put it in then?
I put it on the red bar.
Okay.
Always
I'm
put it
gonna
on the red
give
bar.
everyone else the green bar, but red bar.
I put it in the same bar as the other one.
Oh, green bar. Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what bar people are doing it, because whatever bar they did, I want to make visible to everyone else.
I used red.
Yeah, I've always used the red bar.
I don't really. Yeah, it's just that red bar is the third bar, so I have to.
Oh.
I just put it on all of them.
That works.
I tend to use the other two for like AC and movement.
Yeah, which is why I don't necessarily want to show everyone all of them. Because I don't think everyone needs to see your AC and movement. Okay. Oh, I see. You put your health on all of them, so whatever one's visible is fine. Okay. I think I have everyone's health bar set up.
I can't see Sterling or Fleur.
Sterling
No, I
and
can't
Fleur have
either.
not set their health bars.
Okay.
Oh.
My health bar is
let
off
me
the map
see what
currently.
hers
Let me
is.
because I also, I mean, because Sterling's is on.
6.
There
we go.
There we
But
go.
Sterling, yeah, there we
Let's
go.
put on red for Fleur.
I forgot how much movement Sterling has. Oh my lord.
Probably super fast.
50.
And that's
level
before he gets
5,
monk
wow.
benefits, right?
Yeah, holy shit.
That's
Yeah,
only
his
like with
HP
the
is
+5 or 10
plus
from monk
5 or 10.
benefits
Yeah, I think
already.
it's.
Damn.
Yeah, that he's just gonna get faster.
I think part of it is because he's a
It's like
centaur.
my monk, my monk is level 17 and has like 50, 55.
Ezri, what do you want to do?
Okay. Well, I know Flint has always wanted to do this. So, Ezri is going to have the book flip to another page. Grim, give me haste. Miss Fleur, and she's going to cast at Fleur and give her fucking haste.
Oh God. All right.
The immersion blender returns.
Immersion blender on a fucking
fucking a giant badger.
Sterling, what is your words? What is your dex? I'm assuming
My
high because monk.
Dex?
Yes.
Wait, sorry.
Your modifier.
Oh, +4.
Okay. Yeah, you would go first here over them. Okay, so it is your turn.
Incoming.
Yeah. Right? Well. Just gonna pop in the door here. Not gonna do that yet. So for now, I'm just gonna take my 2 attacks on this guy. Just gonna deck him.
Okay.
Well, that didn't work, the first one.
Oh no.
So I already know that I was under the last one. I didn't make it. So second one, oh, that one definitely would. I can't do the math. 23.
That definitely hits.
Oh shit! I've never had to attack anything with him yet. Hang on a sec. Okay. Not gonna use the purple one because they're assholes. Oh, you're a bitch. So just 5 because it's an asshole.
5 damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Still looking rough, but still up. Anything else?
Yeah. I'm gonna. And I wanna. If I move here, am I still technically? If I move over here, still technically in range, not disengaging.
Yeah, you're not disengaging.
Okay, good.
There.
Because logically, Sterling's not going to stand in the fucking doorway and block the whole goddamn thing.
Yeah.
So he's just going to move aside so they can come in. And that's all he's got for now. Actually,
Okay.
I actually will go ahead and summon the Astral Arms because I don't want to have to do it later.
Okay.
Because it's a bonus action. So
you have
I'll
Astral
go ahead
Arms then.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I gotta mark my key.
Okay.
Cool.
So that
That's it,
takes
though.
us to these guys' turn. The one that is engaged with Westcott is less than pleased. But is going to is going to cast Charm Person on you, Westcott.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
So make me a wisdom save.
I don't like that.
With advantage because you are fighting.
Okay, that's good.
Always helpful.
I'm not actually. Probably. This could end badly. I'm gonna use the. Gosh.
Is this going to be every character you play is very easily manipulated, possessed, charmed?
Elias is not.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Elias
He keeps getting possessed,
Elias is.
That's
freaking
charisma.
He keeps getting possessed.
Yeah.
He's
That's
still...
charisma.
Do you know how
I
much
get
work
that, but
it
I mean,
took
like,
for the Raven Queen to finally get him where he needed to be?
No.
That was not easy.
I don't mean manipulated in that way.
What
I
did
mean
you
like,
roll? What is that face?
That's a big 4.
Oh no! With
All
advantage?
right.
Holy shit.
Oh, right, with advantage. I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
jeez.
Yes. 9.
Oh my god.
All right. You are
no.
charmed.
oh no.
So you regard this lovely kobold as a friendly acquaintance.
Good thing it's about to die.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So fucking ominous.
Die.
The door right below Sterling opens to reveal another friendly kobold who
Oh, hi. How's it going?
who
I did warn you.
Who can't leave because I'm currently blocking the whole
Yeah.
fucking doorway.
Get wrecked.
who is more than a bit surprised that there is a person right in front
There's literally
of
a horse ass in his face.
Yeah, there's literally a horse ass in his face. And
Let's get the tail whip across the nose.
is going
Right.
to
Damn fly.
Cast poison spray at you because
Great.
what else do you do when there's a horse ass in your face?
Spit on it.
Poison
Just
spray
spit
on the
it.
ass.
Yeah.
Roll me a con save, please.
For your
Con
And
I
Gil.
could do.
But it's a horse,
Con
not an
save
ass.
for
So
your ass.
Too bad you're a
Or
level
no,
10.
just Sterling. Sorry, it's not. Yeah,
22.
that is a success.
Yeah.
So
Get wrecked.
nothing really bad happens to Sterling, and this sorcerer, this
Ooh,
guy
that
looks like.
tickles.
And that is their turn. So it moves to Fleur's turn.
it's gonna be like Daisy charge. And bounds in, starts taking some swings. Start at this one.
Yeah, well, because that's the one you can reach right now.
Right?
The other, the sorcerer by Sterling would have some cover because of doors and horse butts.
Okay, always good. Always good to know. So first one is a 14.
That just misses.
Okay. Second attack, natural 19.
That hits.
Okay. For let's see. 6 damage.
Okay.
Then third hasted attack, natural fucking 20.
Yeah.
That definitely hits.
The shiniest pink and purple die.
Good.
Oh, it's my Sailor Moon die too. So that is 12 damage.
That is the end of this particular kobold.
Yeah.
And then, well, let me see. That was 5, 10, 15, 20. Technically, I don't know. Could she...
If Fleur got off of Daisy, she could make her way through. Because right now,
oh shit,
there
she would
is-
also have advantage on things too. I think because she's mounted.
There's
Maybe.
a centaur here. I mean, you still would have killed the thing.
Yeah.
There's a centaur here. There's guild here. There's a table in the middle of the room. Like, if you want to reach another one, which the only one currently visible is the one up there,
20,
you kind of need to hop off of Daisy because
Daisy jumps up on this because that was like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, like up on this table.
let me look up giant badger stats.
I know at least has 30 feet of movement. I know she's hasted, but he isn't.
Right. It's more of a matter of like how good are badgers at jumping on tables.
That's fair.
So roll me a dex check. Just tell me the die.
Okay. Dex check for the badger. 14.
Okay. Yeah. It's a little awkward. Badgers, it turns out, are not great at jumping up on tables.
Their legs are kind of stubby.
And they also have a dex of +0.
Yeah, that's true.
But, you know, with the Fleur's encouragement, Daisy does manage to get up there. It's just not the most elegant process.
Okay. And then the haste attack is
I thought that was the nat 20.
Oh, that was. So this is
Yeah.
her bonus attack then.
Okay.
Cuz yeah, she has 2 weapon fighting, so that is 16.
That hits.
So that is 11 and it's marked.
Yeah, it's also dead.
Oh.
That was the one
dead.
That was the one
the
that
cavalier
that was
rides.
the one that was like barely on its last legs.
Oh,
So
okay.
It is dead.
That's called a tornado blade, just like on top of a badger.
On top of a badger.
Yeah.
Just tore through this thing.
So this door now
Oh man, I
opens.
wish we had haste in the other party. I really wish we did.
No wizards.
And
But a bard.
What a bard.
This guy comes charging out. He looks around a little at the scene in front of him, and well, there's a tiny person. There's another small creature because kobold's small, on a badger, on a table, and then there's a horse.
Choices.
Centaur, thank you.
And then there's a guild.
The entire guild.
Feels like not Terrawood. Westcott seems the least threatening of this bunch, and so charges forward to Westcott.
I like how the little girl on the badger is more threatening than Westcott.
Tragic, though, honestly.
That is accurate. Though.
Is it attacking him?
Accurate.
Yes.
Blood Curse of the Eyeless amplified.
Okay, so what does that
-3
do?
to whatever he does, and all of his further attacks for. Hold on. All of its attack rolls until the end of the turn are. I roll.
I believe.
No,
Oh,
I
no,
roll
you,
a
oh, wait, they
minus.
changed it.
I roll
forgot, yeah,
minus
they
on.
changed-
So whatever he rolls -3 for this one.
Okay.
Blood Curse of the Eyeless changed.
So, it has multi-attack. First attack is not gonna hit with a -3.
And I need to roll for myself.
You say that, but my AC is not very good.
Yeah.
So just really quickly, like a technical thing, it's not the same D4 for subtracting from them and subtracting from yourself. You roll a separate die for each one, from what I can tell.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
That
that's what it
sounds
looks
right.
like.
I would have to go look more
Okay.
closely at it to give you a more.
It just says that you roll a Hemocraft die for each thing, so I assume you roll separately for each thing.
I would say that makes sense.
Okay, because I took less damage than I did to his subtraction thing.
I will look at it later, and if we decide that is incorrect, we can change it for the future. But for now, let's go with that. So yeah, no, it rolled 5 with a +3 for an 8 with a -3.
Okay. Yeah,
So
that
it does not hit, but it
that
does
does
get a
not hit.
second attack.
Which is also going to be minus a 1.
Okay.
And I hurt myself for another 2.
So that would be a 14. What is Westcott's AC?
14.
So it just hits. And then okay, that's not too much damage. 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
I think what that looks like is when Guild like points at it, and you see this like black up his hand for half a second, and the kobold's eyes turn black.
Yeah. It's probably pretty weird and creepy, Westcott, from your perspective.
Yeah. You definitely couldn't do this last time we met.
Nope.
The other one in this room comes out and looks around and attempts to scramble up on the table because there's not much else for it to do, unless it wants to attack a horse and a centaur. But this is a kobold. It's not thinking centaur. It's thinking, what the fuck? That's a horse.
And you're a horse.
Nay.
And it does actually scramble us up on the table pretty well, and then looks around, and well, maybe I stab the weird horseman because it's there, and tall,
and tall.
and tall. So
man, I could do this unlimited times. I'm realizing I'm not going to.
Don't.
Because you will slowly drain yourself forever.
But I just realized that there is no limit to how much you can use this.
Well, your hit points.
You are
Yeah,
the limit.
but I mean,
there is a limit.
You are the limit.
It's your blood fountain status.
As you guys are so fond of telling me in Strahd, please don't pull a Molly Mock.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, so that is, I'm assuming not going to hit because it's an 11, and I assume you have a higher
No.
AC than 11.
Definitely higher than 11.
So, stabs a bit frantically at you and misses. And that is its turn. It is up on a table though, so I have to move it. It is like there, so it was diagonal to you. All right. That brings us to Terwin.
All right. So I twig that my invisibility spell has worn off, and so I'll
Yeah,
pop
I
my
do.
head in, and I think beyond everything, I probably will have a hard time seeing any kobolds.
Yeah, you
It's
might.
just sort of chaos and bodies and horses' asses.
I mean, you see several unconscious kobolds.
Okay.
Because the ones that were over like here, for example, and in front of the door, are dead. You see, and you probably see a bit of a kobold that's up on a table, like around the edge of Daisy. But yeah, you can't really see the one that's fighting Westcott or the one that's behind Sterling.
Okay. So I'll just kind of like shout in, if you kill them all, we won't get any information. And I'll
Don't worry, I got this.
Working on that.
I'll toss in a sleep. Let's see. Hopefully none of you have taken too much damage. What is it, 5d8? Where's the number?
Or hopefully you roll low.
Yeah.
5d8. Okay.
I
Well,
don't
we
have
can
a
just
lot of
wake
hit
some of you
points.
up. So
What's the range of sleep? How many?
We don't have that many HP at this level.
it's everyone within
It's like a 20-foot
20-foot radius, yeah. Starting with whoever has the lowest hit points and then going up.
Okay.
I'm going to presume that these are kobolds, and since Esri and I are outside, we have the lowest hit points of the party.
Okay, so where are you centering it?
Just in the middle of the room that I can
so
see.
like here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Ooh.
So lowest hit point.
If you had rolled a little
Is this
better,
guy?
you would have got me.
You rolled a 24. Okay, so this guy is down.
I mean,
And
he's
then-
asleep, so.
Yeah, down isn't asleep. I'm just deleting him for tracking purposes. Then next up, I think, let me check, is next up is this guy who does not fall asleep. So it's just the one that goes to sleep. The one up on the table falls down asleep. Because both of those were at full health and between them had more than 24 total.
All right. I'm going to walk over to this corner and make sure that there's nobody escaping out the back door. And then I will look around to see if there are any guards or other authority figures in the near vicinity that have twigged to the violence that just recently commenced.
Roll me perception.
Okay, that is -1, 16.
Okay, so yeah, you look around. Right now, you do not see any guards.
Okay.
So at the moment, no one has shown up.
Okay.
This fight hasn't been super loud.
Right. It's been inside mostly.
Yeah, it's been mostly indoors and
I don't have
not
fireball.
super noisy.
Guess who does have fireball?
Please no.
Please
We
no.
said we're not setting fire to the building. We already agreed on this.
Remember who just did a psychic shatter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we also don't know how much blasting powder they've got in there, so.
Yeah. Oh no.
Hence a psychic shatter.
Yeah. All right. That brings us back up to the top and Westcott.
Is he still charmed?
Yeah,
He
the
is
guy's
indeed. No,
Oh.
he is not.
No, the kobold that charmed me.
Yeah,
he died.
Yeah.
Okay.
I started saying he is indeed, and then went, no, wait, never mind.
Friend!
Okay, bye.
Wait a sec.
Friends.
Yeah.
So glad you're there.
You know you were charmed by that stupid kobold too.
Screw you.
Kobold.
Wait, I thought someone killed him.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
He died. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying.
that's
He's
the
dead,
one
so he's
that-
not charmed anymore. Yeah.
I looked away for a moment and I looked back and like, wait, the kobold's back. But it's a different
kobold.
Different kobold.
All right. Okay, I am learning new. Claire, why am I so bad at magic? Oh, right. I did this on purpose.
Right, that is your character idea.
This is my character. This was a choice. Yeah, I'm gonna. All right.
Those are fun.
Yeah.
Me and my monk started out with 12 dex and 14 wisdom
All
and
right.
18
Well,
constitution.
Dang.
Sturdy monk.
Leaving room for literal character growth.
Yeah,
Oh
right.
yeah, that was the whole point of his character, is he wasn't good at anything except taking a hit.
if I. All right. I'm gonna like spin the daggers, put them away, pull up my rapier, and be like, all right, get the bigger weapon out. And I'll just, yeah, I'm gonna take a stab at this one that's in front of me.
Okay.
That stabbed me.
Fair. Stabby stab.
That's a dirty 20.
That'll hit.
Get stabbed.
And do I get sneak attack? Flora's not actually
Um,
flanking, is she? I don't
Well,
know.
she's
how
within
they
5
actually-
feet,
She's
so
She's
yeah.
in combat
She's
range.
engaged,
yes.
so
Okay.
yes.
So yes.
You don't have to
As
be
long as
flanking
someone
for
was
that.
within 5 feet, you get sneak
Okay.
attack. As long as someone is within 5 feet of the creature, so they don't even have to be within 5 feet of you if it's bigger than that.
Okay. Ooh, nice. That is 11.
And they're, in some way threatening.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Like, if they're charmed by the creature, you're probably not going to get sneak attack.
Yeah.
All right. That is 14 piercing damage.
Okay.
And I don't have a ton in the way of bonus actions because I don't have healing word prepared.
I feel that.
Got spiritual weapon, but that feels excessive. Wait, can I do what can I do?
All but 2 of these kobolds have been dealt with.
Yeah.
I mean, one is
Oh,
alive, but,
right, I
but asleep.
Can't actually do fun rogue stuff with my bonus action yet because I'm only a level 1 rogue.
Yeah.
That's where you're like, I can not disengage because.
Aku, settle down.
Yeah. I'll
Don't need to
just-
eat my sleeve.
An action. That's an action.
Okay. I think
Yep,
at this
that's
point
it.
the solution is there is not anything else for you to do.
There's nothing else I can do. Yeah.
Guild, you are up.
How hurt is this one looking?
Not much. That was the first hit it's taken.
All right.
So it's not like great, but it's not on its last legs by any stretch.
I'm actually just gonna step over here. I don't know if that one's gonna get an attack on me since it's through a door, but I don't care.
I think between door and Sterling in the way,
Yeah.
it
Or
probably can
sass.
barely
it's also
see
gonna
you
gotta
move.
get around our.
So I don't think it wouldn't get an attack of opportunity. And besides, it's mostly a caster, so it wouldn't have much
Yeah.
to do anyway.
Since I am now flanking with Westcott, would I get advantage to hit him? Or no?
Yes.
Cool. Oh, that's good because I rolled shit. Actually, I rolled shit on both of them. So that's it's a 15 total.
That just hits.
Oh, I rolled an 8, so again, that's 2d8 plus d4 4 of lightning damage. Oh my god, I can't roll tonight. 14 damage.
Okay. It's now looking pretty rough.
Alright. Don't kill it, we can tie it up.
There is the one that's asleep.
There's the sleeping one. Yeah.
Better have more.
This guy,
I think
guy
more than
looks like-
one might be good.
this guy looks like he knows more.
He looks less
Armor.
stupid.
Armor generally means less stupid.
That is fair.
A shout from outside. I've met plenty of city guards that don't necessarily support your theory.
That's a valid point.
I don't wear any armor.
You say trying to look around for city guards.
I do say that looking around.
That's why I draw their attention.
So if that is your turn, Guild,
Yeah.
Cyrillus, it is your turn.
I may just come in here and start tying up the one that's asleep.
That's a very valid use of
Yeah.
turns. So you take your turn to start tying up a sleeping kobold.
Yep.
All right.
Always good.
I think by using your turn, you pretty much can tie up the sleeping kobold.
Would you
All right.
stop slamming my door?
Ezri.
So Ezra will just kind of like gingerly peek around the corner here, look through the door. Still a couple left, but she.
Yeah, you'd probably have a hard time seeing this one, but this one you could probably spot.
Yeah. Considering the thing that she wanted to do is also concentration, she knows better than that, so she's going to be like, I'm sure you all have this, and then just give a thumbs up and go back around the corner and just hold the haste for Flutter.
Good job, Ezri. And that brings us
Be a
to
responsible
Sterling.
wizard.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good wizarding, honestly. Sterling.
The phrase "the responsible wizard" implies
I have seen some irresponsible wizards in my time.
Feeling the little tickle of poison spray that didn't do anything. I keep forgetting I have an extra attack, which is great. So I'm gonna try to kick him first. Because as a monk, my unarmed strike still counts with my feet.
Cool.
How if I could math? Oh god.
Math is hard and it's getting late. We will end after this fight, but we should finish this fight. Because we will not remember where we were in the fight.
Yeah, it's true.
I totally lost all of you. Did anybody hear what I just said?
I can hear you.
I couldn't hear you. I rolled a 16 for his kick.
That hits.
Okay.
AC of both of the ones remaining is 15, by the way.
Oh, okay. So for the first one, so 8 for the first hit, just kicking him, and then because I have an extra, I will spin around and have a go at punching him with my Astro Arm.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that was a 15 without everything, so I'm just gonna say we're good
that
there.
Hits.
And then I'm just gonna go ahead and roll for my bonus because I have a bonus action to hit with the Astro Arms too.
Okay.
Which is a 14 plus 7, so we're good.
So just roll the total damage for both.
Yeah. 14. But I can, oh gosh. With the Astro Arms, I can choose Radiant or Necrotic, so I'll just go 14 Necrotic.
Okay. Yeah, so that kobold is still up, but is looking incredibly rough. You know, one of those stiff wind could blow it over, maybe. situations.
And once again, if I were to move just to the side, I'm still technically within his range, or not because there's a wall.
So I'm gonna say yes, you'd still be in its range because you're not under full cover. Like it can still see you. If you'd moved into full cover, I would probably say no.
I'm actually not going to move because I'm kind of blocking everybody else, so he'll just stay there.
Fair.
Because that's less that he can do to the rest of the room. Well, they're all focused on the other guy. So Sterling's just going to be a wall.
That makes sense. And it is the kobold's turn. And not being especially pleased with this situation, it is going to disengage back into the corner of the room and try to look for a way out, even though there is no good way out. And that brings us to Fleur.
Well, let's go stab.
Stab the thing. Stab the thing.
Yep.
Non-lethal.
Yep. Non-lethal stabbing. So that is a 17.
Hit it with the pommel.
Non-lethal stabbing.
I mean, you don't have to go for the. Let's see. That is 7 slashing. Yeah, she's going for she's going for like Nyx. To the pain. It's to the pain. Second blow higher than that is another 5.
Okay.
Then third attack misses. Bonus attack 15 was what we need, right?
AC. Yeah.
Okay. So that's another 11.
Okay, yeah, that knocks it out.
Boom.
Since you declared non-lethal, it is alive but unconscious. I'm just going to remove it from the map so that that's obvious.
We'll just have Daisy come over here and hop down off the thing to land next to Sterling.
Brings us back to Terwin.
All right. I will, not having seen any guards,
despite insulting them.
Well, I mean, I was more shouting into the room rather than out to the guards themselves. Poke my head in and ask, "We all good? Anything left?"
2 down, 1 hiding in the corner because apparently I'm terrifying.
Rage groveling.
Yes.
That is a thing.
Scott's legacy lives on.
All right.
These
Then
kobolds
what
have
I
a
will
myth
do.
about Dot.
They have not met Dot the Lucky.
1, 2, 5, 6. Okay. I will walk in, shut the door behind me so that there's not as much noise and commotion, and probably start helping Cyrillus stabilize anybody who is down and tie them all up.
Okay.
Oh, I got this. Trust me.
I just need to feel useful.
Quit.
So there are two that are either asleep or unconscious, and then the rest are dead. And then there's the one hiding in the corner.
In which case, I'll
Loot
just
the dead ones.
I'll search around for just start searching the room looking for evidence of Nima, like if someone just anything I can find that might indicate where she may have been taken.
Okay. So you roll me an investigation check, Guild. You said something about the dead ones?
Oh no, I just said loot the dead ones.
Oh,
out loud.
Hey,
it's not my turn.
Guild, though. Guild.
All right.
You know, we can be out of we are mostly out of initiative at this point because there is only one
Let's be real.
conscious kobold,
Who is
and it is
Because it's
hiding.
conscious, Sterling's like, Guild, like, you're a smooth talker. Come talk to him. I'll just keep him in here. But I don't know what to say to him.
Honestly, he's better at that than I am, and I'm gonna point at Westcott.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna actually take out my rope of climbing because it's more powerful than a regular rope, and use it to tie up the other one, the armored one that I was fighting.
Okay.
All right, smooth talker, come over
yeah,
here.
I can.
So, Brendan, what was your investigation?
Thankfully, due to my halfling luck, it was a 23 and not a 4.
Hey.
And not a natural one.
That's like the third natural one I rolled tonight.
That's halfling
I'm
luck
so
for
glad
ya.
you got a halfling.
Yeah.
So okay, so you look around, and Guild starts tying up the one that's unconscious. And as you're looking around, the 3 kobold bodies that Esri nuked
Wrecked.
in one turn explode. And I need.
Is that normal?
It was supposed to be safe.
I need Terwin, Cyrillus, and Sterling.
Oh no.
To make
Okay.
a
It doesn't matter. I failed it.
a dex save.
Where were they?
18.
One was right by the front door. One was back here. And I if I remember correctly, one was somewhere around here. So hence
17.
the
Need to make it
18, 17. Terwin was.
It doesn't matter.
What was it?
It was 7.
Okay.
No.
Do I need to make a dex save?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Westcott should as well.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What's my dex save? That's a 9.
Okay.
Whoa.
So both Westcott and Terwin take 4 points of bludgeoning damage. The other 2 take 2 points.
Okay.
Damn flies.
As these kobolds explode and are no more.
Like blasting powder explode or like
Guts and gore explode.
Like exploding whale or like.
Oh.
You're not entirely sure, because it was sort of sudden.
Okay.
But it's they are no longer kobold corpses and are instead exploded guts of kobold. It doesn't seem like, I mean, you don't know if it's blasting powder or some other explosive means.
Smell like any of that?
Just looking at Westcott covered in kobold guts, Guild's like, that's a look.
They're all gonna laugh at you.
Oh, this is never gonna come out of my coat.
Bill's character.
Are we out of initiative? Might like peek around. Is everyone all right?
Well, we still have this one in the corner that I really
You
want
are
to
out of
talk
initiative,
to.
though.
I think I'm supposed to talk to.
6 words, Westcott. 6 words.
As soon as Westcott walks out, like,
Prestidigitation.
Digitation, yeah, I'll try to help with that too.
Don't know that. I'm not a wizard.
I'm just imagining
You're a-
Cyrillus with like blood splashed on her face, and she just doesn't care.
Literally,
Just
prestidigitation.
smiling.
Prestidigitation
Yeah.
helps them out with that. Same with the others if they want it.
So Sterling is going to move slightly into the room so that at least Westcott can see into the room to talk to the guy.
Yelling around the.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you What do you say to this
Actually,
cowering kobold?
Wait, I think can I stop like Taryn
Rage
and-
gravel.
and
Rage.
Esri real quick? Be like, actually, the guts might help. Hold on. I mean, walk in there covered in kobold viscera.
Wonderful.
I don't know. What am I asking this thing? Individual.
Where's Nima?
Where's Nima?
That's a good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just crouch down in front of and be like, all right, short stuff. Where's Nima?
Okay.
He'll listen at the door.
Roll me an intimidation check with advantage between the fact that this thing is terrified of Sterling and also you're covered in kobold guts.
Fuck. Damn it, John.
What?
Episode name. It's an
Finding
episode
Nima.
name. Finding Nima.
It's so bad. Why?
It's beautiful.
21.
Okay, yeah. So this thing, also terrified of you, says, I work for the master, and they took the gnome, Nima gnome.
Nima the gnome. How many fucking Nimas are there in this town?
I don't know. Anyway, they took the
One less
gnome
than there
that
should be.
lived here, and high up in the mountain, Silver Falls. Don't kill me, please.
Why did the other ones explode?
Yeah.
Actually, them saying that, I would be checking the one that's I've tied up for explosives concealed on it somewhere.
Okay.
Seeing the others blow up.
You make me a medicine check.
Do you recognize the
I'm-
name Silver Falls? Like where that is?
So, given
I'm
that you are
scared,
not
Kristen.
from around here, probably not.
Okay.
That's a natural one.
Okay.
It mentioned the
Wait.
mountains.
How
The
we
only thing
got
is
a
like it mentioned the
fucking clue?
mountains. So
That's a natural one to look for explosives.
Yeah.
It looks good to me.
So, Esri, yes,
I'm a
he does.
kobold.
He does mention the mountains. Though I don't know. Was your intent to go to the mountains right here or just the mountains?
the Dunrock Mountains. If it's anywhere like near there, she would probably looked at maps of the area trying to get there.
Okay. Let me. Give me a second. Rock. Mountains. Okay. So. Haku, you need to chill. Be helpful if I could get a good. Okay, so the Dunrock Mountains is a pretty large range. So you might have like vaguely heard of them. Or heard of Silver Falls, but it's not like it's a main landmark that would necessarily be something you would know about.
Okay. She just conjures up a quill again and takes her paper and starts writing.
Guild, you in attempting to search for explosives.
Oh no.
Instead of keeping this kobold tied up and unconscious, you kill this kobold. It is a dead kobold.
Oh.
I'm just looking at it. All I want to do is look at it.
You're poking around and you nat 1 on an explosives check.
Oh no.
That one got a vasectomy.
Oh no.
It's a
It is-
koboldectomy.
It is now a dead kobold.
I'm just looking at it and I just looked at it and it died. I feel like was right there. It died. What the hell was that?
And the kobold in the other room, looks nervously in the direction of the shouting of "I looked at it and it died," and says, "Well, don't look at me then. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. His gaze
There's
can kill.
a cavern, Silver Falls. If you promise not to kill me, I can lead you up there."
But you're not going to explode at random, correct?
Right.
Well, why would I want to explode at random? That would kill me.
Well, your
I'm
buddy's
gonna take my
exploded.
kobold body and just push it into the far corner and step away, just in case, and remove
Why
my
did
rope
your
from
friends
it.
explode?
Okay. So there's this thing. I've got takes a few deep breaths. There's an explosive, and points, it like into its chest. Like you can't see the explosive, but it if we die, it explodes. It takes a little bit, but it explodes.
So as long as you're alive, it won't.
Yeah, it doesn't explode when we're. I've never seen it explode when we're breathing.
How long do you live?
Right.
11 days!
I was just about to retire!
I mean, that's what they said. It shouldn't explode if we're alive, so it's not going to kill us. So it's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Whoa.
There's a lot to unpack in what you just said. Okay.
Well, first of all,
there's a lot
do
to
it.
unpack right now.
I feel like Guild is just like a cat at this point, just like staring,
Watching
at
the
kobold
ghost
in the corner, like waiting for it to blow up.
Yeah. So after a couple rounds worth of time, that kobold also explodes. But since Guild moved it into the corner and did not.
It basically exploded.
Everybody's
in that
piled into
fireplace.
this corner.
Yeah, it
Someone
explodes in the
apparently-
fireplace and does not cause any damage to anybody.
Oh, good.
Someone's been taking
Random puff of smoke at the
lessons
chimney.
from the Brendan School of Dungeon Mastering.
It's almost like we've been playing this game with you for 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do we want to take up the offer for him to take us there?
Sure. I mean, we don't have a lot of other leads, so.
Do
I don't entirely trust him not to explode, but as long as he walks kind of far away, we're probably fine.
Keep an eye on. Can I do a quick look at the kobold to see? I don't know. Do I see anything?
Roll me investigation. Yeah. Well, so if you're just
medicine.
looking.
I just want to do just kind of a. I don't know. Yeah, I don't, if I see anything that like looks like it could be a. I don't know.
I mean, I guess roll me a medicine. Roll me a
medicine.
medicine check.
It's like I'm trying to go for medicine because I'm better at that than investigation.
Yeah, no, I know. It's a little bit of a tricky medicine check because you probably don't want to poke at it too much.
I don't want to poke at it too hard.
Are we gonna alert Mr. Gulchswaddle before we go?
Not great.
Oh yeah.
9.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you can't really tell. You're not quite sure how this explosive. I mean, you assume it's there because multiple kobolds exploded. But you have no outside of all those other kobolds exploded,
Yeah.
so presumably this one has an explosive too.
Okay.
You don't have any real noticeable evidence on its body. There is still the one unconscious, like sleeping kobold that Cyrilus tied up as well.
Okay.
I mean, we can tell him, but I think it's a waste of time at this point. As long as we get results, he's not going to care.
I
He can
think
wait.
that's probably
There's no
true.
rush.
Yeah.
Well, just so they don't suddenly
Besides,
find a bunch of
he's not
dead
the one looking for Nima.
kobolds in. Yeah.
Well, they haven't looked in here in weeks. What's going to make them look now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Besides, it would be
like I
kind
said,
of funny if they found this place and I have to look at names on my notes. Bitchy lady.
Oh.
Where is it?
Yinra.
Yinra. Yeah. It would be funny if they found this place and Yinra had no idea what was going on here. Come on.
that actually would
Kobold.
be kind of funny. I don't even know the lady, but she sounds annoying.
Yeah.
She's kind of a bitch.
Okay, is there anything else you guys want to do in this house?
Look for
Before we wrap
papers
up.
and
Gather
notes.
up our
and-
2 kobolds and yeah.
Roll me an
Anything of
investigation check.
interest.
Does
Anyone who's
anybody want to
hunting-
help with that?
Yes.
Do I get to keep my
I'll help,
23
yeah.
from before?
Oh, was that
I
a 20? I thought you didn't. I misheard you then. I think.
I rolled one. But
Okay.
because I'm a
I
halfling,
think I got distracted by the other things. Yes.
It would be a
yes,
24
there were
with
kobolds that
aid.
were exploding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So between Guild and Terwin, who rolled quite high on both rolled quite high on investigation, you poke around. There are definitely signs of a prior struggle, not just the one you just had. There's a chest in this room, in the bedroom, that has been emptied and has a broken lock now. There are a few heavy coats and sets of work boots, all of which are stained with red dirt. And there is this broken table. There was a broken table in this corner that is strewn with scraps and garbage. As you search through, you find a number of pieces of torn parchment containing notes. One of these notes provides some information on the location of Silver Falls, which your kobold friend told you. That note is, let me see if I can pull it up and show it to you. Note. No, help so I can type thing correct. It's all so I put spaces in my words. Show to players. Show to everyone. So that is the note that you find. As long as everyone can see it.
Brings up really close to face.
You also find another small pouch of blasting powder similar to the one that you got when you visited the Firemark facility. So now you have 2 small pouches of blasting powder.
All right. So, does this writing that we can tell on this thing match other writing elsewhere?
Yeah. As you see, like these various scraps of notes, unless someone has planted a heck of a lot of stuff, you suspect that this is Nima's. It matches all the bits of writing in her home.
Okay. I'm gonna, unless anyone else is going to, I'm gonna gather it all up, and put it in a bag.
All right. And if we are done in here, I'm going to call it a night because it is almost 1:30 a.m. on
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
But this was great, guys.
Hey.
Have fun.
And next time we will pick up with whatever you want to do after leaving Nima's house.
Awesome.
With a couple of kobolds in tow.
With a couple of
One of which
kobolds.
has no idea that it's in tow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of which is freaking terrified of you.
Question is, how do we like lead a bunch of kobolds out of the city with no one seeing us? If we're trying to do this
they
discreetly.
can see us. They just won't see the kobolds.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Kobolds
can't
aren't
help
very
with
big.
that because I've already used
You don't have a
my
ton of
one.
magic, yeah.
Veteran
I
Show,
have
thank you so
one
much. We're glad you enjoyed.
My invisibility is a once per day racial thing,
Yeah.
so
You also just, only have
don't
so
have
much you
much
can do.
magic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the same amount of magic that Velas has, so not a lot.
All right, so yeah, we I guess are we back next week with other campaign?
I think they're supposed to be, yeah.
No.
I don't know if I've marked anything for September yet. Let
We
me
have
look
it.
at that real quick.
The
I
only
don't know
thumbs
about
down is Kia.
next week.
Yeah, because I'm not
yet,
going to be home till like 8, so. But I'm going to try to get that shift earlier.
Well, and we do have we have a couple question marks as well next week.
All right, so I'll just say, I'm not sure
I
if
know,
this.
I'm up in the air.
Yeah, not sure if our normal campaign is up next week or not. I will add anything as I know it to my Twitter, my other social media. So just follow that if you want. Otherwise, I will be back in my normal schedule. So check my schedule down below for all the D&D and all the Twitch things. Thank you so much for watching us, and we will see you next time. Bye.
I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a bad